Welcome to the Newark Landmarks and Historical Preservation Commission public meeting and from Newark, New Jersey. Welcome to the meeting of the Newark Landmarks and Historical Preservation Commission, which is being held in accordance with the Open Public Hearings Act of 1973, also known as the Sunshine Act Law. In accordance with the New Jersey Public Laws of 1975, Chapter 231, Section 5, adequate notice of this hearing has been provided by notifying the Newark Star Ledger and the Jersey Journal. Also, the schedule of regular meetings of the Newark Landmarks and Historical Preservation Commission has been posted on the bulletin board in the basement at City Hall and filed in the office of the city clerk. In addition to adequate notice under the Open Public Meetings Act, electronic notice of this remote public meeting, as it is permitted under the NJSA 10.493, was placed on the City of Newark's website. Members of the public can make public comments by audio or by audio and video as permitted by the Zoom electronic communication platform. Now, while in this Zoom meeting, press on raise hand on the bottom left corner of the computer screen or mobile device. Raise hand allows participants to notify the host that they would like to speak without interrupting them. If you are calling in, press *9 on your telephone to raise your hand. Tonight's meeting will be limited to business items listed on the agenda. Requests to schedule items for future meetings should be submitted to the commission in care of the Division of City Planning, Newark City Hall, 920 Broad Street, room 112, Newark, New Jersey, 07102. Madam Secretary, can we have a roll call?
Sure. Commissioner Gross.
Here.
Commissioner Woodridge.
Here.
Commissioner Miller.
Here.
Commissioner Caldwell Epps. Commissioner Epps.
Sorry, had to get off mute. I'm here.
Okay. Commissioner Forsythe.
Here.
Commissioner O'Toole.
Here.
Did I pronounce it correct?
Perfectly. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Zhang.
Here.
Commissioner Wilder. I don't think he's there. Commissioner Combs-Hollis.
I'm here.
Commissioner Smith.
Here.
Okay, can we have a motion to appoint the chairman? That is going to be newly elected Anthony Smith. So can we make a motion to appoint Anthony Smith as the chairman of the Landmarks and Historic Preservation Commission?
I
I'll
so
This is
moved.
that motion. Gross.
This commission, oh, okay.
Did I have a first?
Motion
This
by
is the,
O'Toole, second by Miller.
Okay, hold on a sec. I think I heard two voices at the same time. So Commissioner, who made the first vote?
I did. Gross clause.
Clause, okay. And seconded by Miss Miller, Commissioner Miller.
yes,
Okay. Motion made to appoint Commissioner Anthony Smith as the chairman of the commission. Motion made by Commissioner Gross, seconded by Commissioner Miller. So I'm gonna call the names now. Commissioner Woodridge.
Yes.
Commissioner Forsythe.
yes,
Commissioner Caldwell Epps.
Yes.
Commissioner O'Toole.
Yes.
Commissioner Zhang.
Yes.
Commissioner Combs-Hollis.
Yes.
Commissioner Gross.
Yes.
Commissioner Miller.
yes,
Motion made. We have 2, 4, 6, 7. 7 approved the nomination for Commissioner Anthony Smith to be chairman of the board.
Congratulations, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Okay, so now we're gonna make another motion. We're gonna make a motion now to appoint the co-chair, Ms. Jacqueline Combs Hollis. If anyone wants to make a motion to appoint Ms. Combs Hollis as our co-chair,
I so
Commissioner,
move.
Smith,
do we have a first?
I make a motion to appoint Commissioner Jackie Holmes Hollis as co-chair or vice chair with Mr. Anthony Smith.
Do we have a second?
I second.
Commissioner O2. Motion made by Commissioner Miles, seconded by Commissioner O2. Commissioner Grosclaws,
Yes.
Commissioner Woodridge,
Yes.
Commissioner Miller,
Yes.
Commissioner Forsyth,
Yes.
Commissioner Caldwell Epps,
Yes.
Chairman Smith,
yes.
Commissioner Zhang,
Yes.
Commissioner O2.
Yes.
Did I miss anyone? Okay. Motion made, 8 in favor, 0 opposed. To appoint our co-chair, Ms. Combs Hollis. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Mhm.
Thank you. Now, Anthony, we're going to,
So, Madam Chair, could we make a motion to approve the minutes from April 3rd, 2024 meeting?
I'll make that motion to approve the minutes of April 3rd.
do we have a second?
I'll second. It's Caldwell Epps.
Motion made by Commissioner Hollis, seconded by Commissioner Epps. Commissioner Grosclaws,
Yes.
Commissioner Miller,
Yes.
Commissioner Epps,
Yes.
okay, Commissioner Hollis. I think I called that before, right? Yes.
Yeah, I made that motion.
Okay, motion made, 5 in favor, 0 opposed to approve the minutes.
I was also at that meeting and I approved them.
Yeah, I called you mine, right? Sorry if I didn't call you guys. Yes, so we have 5 in favor, yes. Okay,
So, Madam Secretary, are there any reports of enforcement actions in historical district?
no, chair,
Any communications?
no, chair.
Okay, well, let's move on to O applications. Address 589-591 Clifton Avenue, application number H24-061. Is there anyone here representing this case and address?
If you're there, please raise your hand. Okay. Let me see. Yeah. I don't see any raised hands. There are no raised hands, so
Okay, so we're going to move this to the next meeting,
yeah. We're gonna adjourn this.
adjourn it, okay? Well, let's move on to new business. This is a two-part application or two applications. One is for demolition, the other one is for building. We'll start with the demolition. Address 200 Halsey Street, application number H24-087. All right, any of the applicants present?
Yes, see, yeah, please raise your hand if you're there for this application. Okay. I'm gonna bring this person in. I think they should, okay. Why is this person declining? If you're there, can you turn on your camera and unmute yourself, please? Brad, can you turn on your camera and unmute yourself, please?
I'm on, am I? You don't see me?
I'm seeing you now. Okay, so do you have your contractor or your architect with you?
My architect is with me and my engineer is with me.
Okay. So when you guys are ready, you can start.
They
Start
should
your
be on.
presentation.
Is this person with you? Idora Veras?
Yes, Eduardo, yes.
All right, I'm gonna bring that person in.
And also you should have Sharif as well.
I am here. Mr. Sharif is here.
Okay.
Okay, so I think we have everyone in.
Is Eduardo on?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
So you ready to start your presentation?
Sure. Hey, Ed, I'll just do the intro, and if you can, just bring up the prints and go over with the detail of what we're proposing. So
Okay. Are we going to start? Excuse me. Are we going to be starting with the demolition application first? Or are we going to?
Yes,
Yeah, we're starting with
Okay.
the
demolition first.
demolition, yes.
okay. All right, so we can start with Sharif then.
Yes. Hi.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. Do I need to raise my hand or swear anything or?
No,
Okay. Okay.
It doesn't have
this
to
is not
say
like
who
the
he is.
zoning board. It's like the zoning board. You don't have to
I
get.
usually swear your hand, show credential and all this stuff. I understand. In this application we're proposing, we have an existing building really is in bad shape. It has some major deterioration, and our client is actually proposing to demolish the existing structure and utilize the land for a better new, I think mixed use building, I believe. I'm not sure exactly the detail of the new project. We submitted the structure report, which included some of the idea of the scope or the methodology of the demolition. This way, we're not causing any effect on the neighbors and the adjacent properties. So it's only one story anyway. We're lucky it's not like 3-4 stories, one story. So it will be actually a piece of cake to demolish it. So we're going to start with probably the interior, the attachment. Usually the best way is to dismantle the attachment, signs and all this in the exterior part. And then after that, we remove the roof, roofing and roof system, insulation, all this. And after that, we'll take the piece by piece, the exterior, the roof framing and the exterior wall. And all this will be to the dumpster and that's it. It's not really, we didn't need a shoot, we didn't need any major, it should be like a smooth operation. No problem with the site or the neighbors now.
So,
Yes.
Mr. El Sharif, I
Yes, sir.
think that if you haven't done it already, you're supposed to state your name and how you're associated with the project.
I'm sorry, say again. I'm sorry, I missed it. Say again.
I said, if you haven't said it, I may have missed it. State your name and how you're associated with the project.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't. That's why I asked in the beginning, do I need
Yeah.
to? I'm sorry, my apology. Yes.
Yes.
My name is Omar El Sharif. I'm a structural engineer. I have a company based on Patterson, New Jersey, Structural Tech Engineering. I'm the structural engineer for the project, for the demolition part, and hopefully we'll continue with the new project. I inspected the building. I was hired by the owner of the property, and I inspected the building, and I'm the one who actually produced the report documenting the condition and the finding and the scope of work during the demolition. And this report, I believe, was submitted to the board early prior to this meeting. I have a license in New Jersey. I have a license in New York. I have a PhD in structural engineering. So I'm qualified to do this. Okay. Thank you. Yes.
So, Kevin, is there any, was there pictures, anything that you wanted to show us to support why you felt this building should be demolished?
You want me to show part of shared like screen, part of the report to probably?
Yeah, you can.
Okay. Yes, give me just one. Now let's see a minute. Okay, this is the report. Okay. Here you go. Okay. I think this is the one. Share. Okay, so you can see the report, yes?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes.
So this is our company Structure Tech, and this is the project 200 Healthy Street, and I'm sure you're familiar with the finding. You want me to read the finding? Just go like some graphs, photos showing what I was, or just go through the finding, or what you suggest? If you
I'm sure we have it, but you can just do the high level overview of the
okay.
reason and why.
Yeah, the overall is, this is of course a visual inspection. We didn't do any testing because it's all based on the visual. So it's all professional opinion and visual inspection. So based on the finding, we have the major items we discovered during our site visit. The first one is the cracks. We saw some cracks and behaves in the floor. The floor itself, it's a store, commercial store. So the floor itself is unreally even. It's even have some tripping hazard. It's not even actually a safe condition. I'm going to show you some pictures. Number two is we observed actually multi or some of that exposed roof joist really rotted, is not really sound, doesn't look sound, and there is a sagging. You can see the deflection in the roof. Some of the brick exterior and the back wall of the property has joint like loose. The mortar you feel like dusty, is not really, it doesn't have strength anymore. So it's not really, the structural integrity of this wall has been affected. Some of the steel, some member steel stuff on the roof. I'm not sure, maybe one of the girder or something. There's a heavy rust in the basement also. There's a small basement. We saw some rust on the steel members. The last one, the large size, heavy, can it be okay, this one here is just a heavy, huge sign supported by the front and the front of the wall. I don't know if this is, I'm not sure even how is it supported. It was hard to actually inspect it, but it's a huge size sign in the front of the building. So we can go, this is the proposed demo. This is how the scope work. And this is what we, just overview of the property. You can see the sign here. I mean, it's hard really to tell how is it fastened to the wall, what kind of anchoring system it is. I don't even know if it's safe or unsafe. But I think it's, I consider it as a structural engineer is really a bomb right there. I mean, look at this size, huge. And then this is the exterior. This is the side. This is by whatever the other side street. And then, okay, I mean, this is just showing the parapet and whatever. Yeah, you can see here there is a gap between a front panel and the backup wall. And the canopy is attached to this, not to the backup brick wall. And the brick wall, if you can, like, oops, if you can zoom, you can see that the joint really, it's not even like loose brick, the rotted wood. I mean, the condition really is, you know, it's not really, to me, is unsafe. Really, it's not. It doesn't look sound to me. It's not like something I should say for like strength or repair. No, this is one condition. This is the floor when you go in. There's a lot of cracks. I think the client or the store leaseholder was trying.
Can I interrupt you for a second?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
I saw the brick wall, okay?
Yes.
And I saw the airspace between the brick wall.
Yes.
Is it a double brick wall, or basically that brick wall right there?
It's separated.
When I'm looking at the brick, I'm looking at the outside of the building's facade, correct?
Yeah, this is, I'm not sure, this is like, looks like a precast panel or some kind of decorative panel. And this is the actual, the original wall. This is probably the original brick bearing wall. And this is just architecture.
So behind the brick bearing wall, is there another
Yeah.
CU?
No. I think this is it. I think this is the main wall.
So
We're gonna go inside now. Yeah.
It's like a single side or a double side.
I'm not sure. I am sure it's gonna be double at least. It's gonna be
Right.
because 4 inches is not gonna be enough. Yeah, maybe 8 or maybe 12, but it's not really. It's not. I'm not. I'm sure it's gonna be more than 4. I don't remember, but yeah. Even if it's go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You're going to remove the existing building.
Yes.
And you're going to put another wall. What type of wall are you going to put back in place?
You want me to put the same wall back in place?
No, I'm just saying what is your plan right now? That's all. I'm not saying to do one.
Right now,
I'm actually, Commissioner Woodruff, that's the second part of the second
Oh,
application.
okay.
So this is just demolition. So he's supporting his case why the walls, I mean, not the wall, but the building should come down.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, it's just major item. You cannot actually, you cannot use the property. You cannot improve with the condition we have right now. The best way is just to take it down. It's
I
not.
understand.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
Very good, very good. Okay. And then when we come to the floor, we will see a lot of condition in the floor, a lot of cracks, heave in the floor. These cracks because some of the floor settled, some of the floor heaved up. I don't know what is it. Is it the age? Is it like water, underground water? You know, sometimes in the soil, when the soil is clay, it has a lot of clay in it. When you have a rain and rain and dry, the soil itself expands and contract. That's why probably we have this kind of crack in the floor, because this is like random crack. It's not like a jointed crack. When I open
this is Commissioner Miller. I'm sorry. I just want to go back one step. Commissioner Woodbridge, I asked a question. I understand that it's going to be presented in the other application, but I think that knowing what he's going to put there is still part of the application to know what exactly he's going to do. So
we can have that.
I would like to hear it. I would like to hear it because I think it's all relevant.
No problem, our architect can answer this single question, and then I will continue because I'm not. Yeah, go ahead.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Eduardo Veras, architect project manager for Palermo Edwards Architects. And reflecting or answering the question, on the main ground floor, we will be putting a brick wall all the way around the ground floor. and
The brick-
above it will be newer material,
The brick wall underground, you're saying?
at the ground floor level.
Okay, but what, in terms of below the ground floor level, what are you gonna put there then?
All this is going to be removed at ground level, as if you want me to show you images of the building.
No, it's okay. I was just looking for the material. Is it gonna be a CMU going down below the?
That's
first
correct.
floor?
CMU will, yes.
Okay, and
Should have a CMU backup wall and the brick as brick veneer, like to match the existing. Yes? Okay.
there's no, if I look at the wall just the way it is, I can see it, the one crack there seems to be like an opening. So,
Yeah.
Okay, I see.
You mean here, eh?
Yes. No, I'm talking about the brick wall itself. I can see the metal panels and all that.
Yes, yes. So that method, I'm not sure, like again, I didn't really discuss the project, but I understand that from the landmark point of view is you want to remove something, you want to probably have equivalent, yes?
No,
Not
it doesn't always have, it depends upon,
Okay.
I guess that decision will be made later on with you because this is your project and you know basically what to do to
Okay.
make this work. So I'm not gonna question you as a professional like that.
Well, I think what we're going to do is, with a good idea also, I'm going to tell my client is during demolition, when we remove the attachment, mainly the canopy, we will take photographs just to
Right.
document existing condition. Then we remove the panel, this decorative panel, whatever the precast panel. We also take a photo before we demolish the building.
Now that piece right there that you just did went up and down. What is that? That's just a stud. Basically, it has like a fascia panel on the other side.
Yes. This looks like a continuous decorative. I'm not sure the material, but to me, it appears like a precast, something like they used to do long ago, using like some kind of fiber reinforcement material, because it's not just a cement, it's cement with some fiber. It's like a decorative band. It's not really structured, but it's similar to when the old days they used to have that in New York City, that material they used to use for insulation. Some they used to do for the exterior. I forget the name of it. But yeah, in general, this is just like a panel, like a stone panel, precast stone, whatever panel. But again, how is it attached? So because of the gap, because of the condition of the wall behind it, and this huge canopy attached to this, and we didn't even know how this. So the whole thing is difficult to really.
Understand.
Yes,
I understand.
we will do that. We will remove the sign, and we take general photo from the envelope of that structure.
Mhm.
And when we remove that panel, then we can also take a picture from the brick, and we see even the configuration of that. And then we decide for the new building what is the panel will decide what should we do. Yes.
Okay.
Make sense? Or
I'm with you.
okay. And look, I mean, also like lose some kind of stone here. I see stone here. It doesn't look like, it looks like it moved. It's not really this wood here, pieces. I'm not sure. I believe this wood probably was supposed to be, I'm not sure what it is, like something to attach to it. Like this is with a structural wood to attach the panel to the backup wood. But it's not.
Mr. Sharif, I'm sorry. This is Commissioner Miller. I just have a quick question for you. Based on your expertise, are you saying that what components or what areas are you saying that are most detrimental that you felt in your inspection this building needs to go down? And at the same time, do you have pictures of those items so we can address that situation?
Yeah. Like this is one of them, because this
Okay.
this is the big gap here. This is one of them because
Okay, what's the next one?
second one is, well, the floor itself. I mean, you cannot use the floor like the way it is, because again, the floor is like a tripping hazard. It's not, I'm going to go through the report. You're going to see the floor. I mean, it's not just the exterior, the sign.
Okay, what else? What's the third one?
The roof itself, it doesn't look like safe to me also. The roof and the top of the stores, it's not something you can just operate and feel safe and keep. No, I think we should also replace. Yes.
Mr. Al-Sharif, do you have any pictures? This is Commissioner Miller. Do you have any pictures of that particular, which
Yeah,
were
itself,
saying?
yeah, we go to the wall, like this is, when I open this prop here to check the wall, you can see the brick and you see the mortar, how you see all this dust here from the joint, from the moisture going year after year. So this is loose. The wall itself is loose. So you need to remove the wall, rebuild the new sound wall. This is not a sound wall. This is loose. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I see the roof pictures, please, Mr. Al-Sharif?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Hello?
Yes, we're waiting.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you was going to ask me something. I'm sorry.
No, we're just waiting to see the pictures that you feel that is
This is one of them too. That's why I'm going through them. Yeah, the brick wall here, you can see there's no cement. It's loose. The brick wall, the load-bearing wall of that building, the joint has no cement. I mean, that's what I'm saying. This is also one item. You can see there's nothing. It's like stacked above each other. This is one thing. That's why I take the picture. Every picture speak for itself. I'm not sure. This is also one of them. Okay. Yeah. So the roof here, I was able just to take few picture. I did not. It's sealed actually. You have the ceiling, the hang ceiling, and you have the roof. You can't see much inside. But based on what I saw, it looks like it's like year after year they put plywood here, so it just temporary stuff. All the ceiling is just temporary stuff. When you look here, this is part of the ceiling above is a mess. Rusted steel here. I'm not sure even what is it was supporting. Maybe like a fan or a heater in the old days. But the steel here is really ready to go. Again, the same thing. I'm not sure what it is in the old days, but this is within the roof framing. And again, I don't trust what I see really as a structural engineer. This is all the floor. I mean, I know they were repairing the floor. There's a lot of cracks. The floor is uneven. When you walk to the store, you feel like it's not a flat surface.
It's wood.
I mean, yeah, you have wood. I'm not sure why this is wood here. Over the maybe I don't know. There's maybe something under. I'm not sure what it is. This is again the same picture. This is also going through the roof. I'm not even this wires also. A lot of wires going in and out. This is electric hazard condition. This is a fire hazard condition too. All these cables going in, all these wires here, electric. I don't even know which one is live, which one is not.
Mr. Al-Sharif, we just trying to focus on the structural situation of the building.
Okay.
So if you can focus on that,
okay.
I really would appreciate it.
Okay, so this is the main thing. Yeah, this is the main thing. The main thing was the ceiling, the walls, and the canopy outside. Yeah, this is my major opinion, or my opinion was mainly for that side attachment to the architectural panel, which is we didn't know how the architectural panel is anchored to this loose brick and the gap between. This is one. The floor as a condition, hazardous condition. It's not a structure, but it's an unsafe condition. And the load-bearing wall with all this loose brick, that's also one reason. In addition to the ceiling, the roof framing. That's it.
This is Commissioner Miller. Mr. Al-Sharif, you said that the floor is cracked, but it's not structured, but it's unsafe. What is it? Something that you saw that makes it unsafe?
Yeah, because like again, when you walk, you trip because it's the floor is uneven. It's cracked and it's up and down. So it's not, you can't use it normally. You're gonna have to watch where you go. It's like you're going to step. The floor is uneven.
Okay, so it's more. It's not structural. It's more of a safety issue.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay. All right. I understand.
This is Commissioner.
This is mainly the main reason I came up with the opinion is. No, this is not a condition you can repair and save. you just probably start from scratch. Yeah, start, because you need a foundation wall here. You need wall to put the structure above. You can't, yeah. So
This is
So this is Commissioner Smith. I just want to just say that Commissioner Grosclough, Commissioner O2, myself, and Commissioner Zhang and Woodruff did go by to see the building. Commissioner actually Grosclough went inside, and so we did take a visit to the building to check the building out.
This is Commissioner Zhang. I just have one question for the applicant. Does this building have a basement?
it has a small, I didn't go to the basement, it has a small basement. It doesn't have an access, but I'm going to show you where is the basement. Yeah, this is,
So
yeah.
it's a fraction of the building is the basement. Most of it is not excavated beneath ground level.
Yes, it's not utilized now. Yeah.
I'll just add for the application that in Mrs. Yolana Zakalak's 1999 nomination of Military Park and this area to the National Register of Historic Places, this building is listed in her application, described in her application as a single-story, single-bay, non-contributing commercial building with an altered storefront. I think some of the other applications we're looking at today in this district or others are described in great detail as contributing structures. This one is described in a single sentence as a non-contributing structure to the district.
This is Commissioner Miller. Thank you so much. I was going to ask that question.
Yeah, it's non-contributing. Later we'll see some contributing ones, but this one is non-contributing. Yeah.
From my observation, Commissioner Grosclough, from my observation when I was in the building, I was not impressed by almost anything. The floor was uneven. As you could see, the bricks were not attached and so forth. And it just looked like it needed to come down before anything could be done in that area as a new building.
So that's a good point there, Richard. I mean, you're planning to leave the actual lower level, below grade, just as it is in terms of its structural?
I'm not sure I understand what the question again is. What?
In other words, basically, what are we doing to the basement? Because obviously these are bearing walls of some type. Okay, I haven't seen any steel just yet, but there's some.
I was not in the basement when I walked in. The other commissioners had left already, and I came back and was taken into the building, and it's a one-story building. And I just walked on that one-story part and so forth. And there's several compartments inside, and it did not look like it was a building that we wanted to keep because of the deterioration of the interior of the building.
So at the end of the day, the construction would still be one story, or more stories going to be added?
The new building is, I believe, 4 stories.
There will be a new building 5 stories high.
That will be steel?
That is something for the structural engineer to decipher at some point.
It could be light, light gauge metal frame building. Yes.
That's fine. That's fine. Just in terms of it, basically, because you're right there on the corner. And I don't have to tell you to meet building code, so I'm not trying to say anything like that. Don't think that. But yeah, I know what it's like based on the different things I've done in my life.
Option for this property with this location is really a light gauge metal frame building. Yeah, with structure, floor panel, concrete panel. I think this is the best for this location. Yeah.
Commissioner Zhang, I have one question for the applicant. Although this building is non-contributing, the building immediately next door to it on Halsey Street is contributing. What kinds of precautions are you taking if the demolition application is approved to ensure the structural stability of the neighboring buildings?
I'm sorry, you're asking me? I'm sorry.
Yes. What kinds of precautions are you taking during the demolition process to ensure the structural stability of the neighboring building that is contributing on Halsey Street?
Well, the most thing is actually using a hand, not using a heavy equipment. So yeah, we're gonna demolish this by hand. It's 1 story, very simple demolition. It's not really complicated. We're not going like from 4th or 5th floor to the ground. We're only going from like 12 feet. So it should not actually cause any impact if we use hand demolition. We're gonna need some supervision make sure we really have a major supervision during the demolition. We have dumpster in the sidewalk in the time, so the whole thing should not really take a couple of days to take this building and take it out from the neighborhood. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Are there any more questions from our commissioners? Are you finished with your presentation, sir?
Yes. If you have any question, I'm done. Yes.
Any more questions, commissioners?
Do we have some sort of rendering showing what it's going to look like? What is the proposed design?
Yes, we do. We do. That's for the next presentation. I have full details of everything.
Okay.
You want to start with the second representation? We can, yeah.
No, we have to
No.
complete this one first.
Okay. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Okay.
Kevin, all right, do we have any questions or concerns from the public?
Sir, can you stop sharing your screen, please?
Stop sharing your screen.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Is there anyone from the public that'd like to make a comment? Please raise your hand and I bring you in. I do not see any raised hand.
Okay,
We can make a motion.
commissioners, we make a motion to vote on the demolition of this project. Is there any conditions or anything that you, as you make this motion, that you want to put on as we move forward to vote on this?
I just have one comment in terms of that, and that is
Sure.
the height of the building is 1 story. What is the height of the new building?
Mr. Woodridge, that is going to be in when they're making the next presentation. There's an application after for the construction of the new building. That is going to be in the new application.
That's fine. Okay.
Do we have a motion to approve this demolition?
Commissioner Wallace, I'll make that motion. And I make a motion, we approve the demolition of this building, 1-story.
Application number.
Hold on 1 second.
I can help you with
Application
that
number
if you don't have it.
H24.
7. Application. Okay, that's the date.
H24-087.
Yeah.
087.
200 Halsey Street. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second.
Nope.
I just want this Commissioner Miller, make sure that we stipulate there that according to the engineer, because we have a contributor building next door, that great care is going to be taken. He said it's going to be done by hand while they're doing that, and for pictures to be taken through the process.
We can
That
add
would be a condition, right?
condition.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's
Is that a
condition.
condition?
Yes, it is.
Approve it with
Okay,
condition.
so can you repeat that, Nakari?
That while doing demolition by hand, great question is to be taken because there's a contributing building next door to it. And for in the process to provide pictures or to take pictures so we know that that was done.
No
That's
problem. I don't see any problem with that.
The applicant is to describe and demolition for the part of the building adjacent to the contributing property. We can
Yes.
also add the condition.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, so motion made by Commissioner Grosclaw, seconded by Commissioner Miles. Commissioner Woodridge,
Yes.
Commissioner Forsyth,
Yes.
Commissioner Miller,
Yes.
Commissioner Caldwell Epps,
Yes.
Commissioner O'Toole,
Yes.
Commissioner Combs Hollis,
Yes.
Commissioner Miles,
Yes.
Commissioner Grosclaw,
Yes.
Chair Smith.
Yes.
Motion carry, 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good luck to you. Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna move on to the next application.
Yes, so moving on to the next application, 200 Halsey Street, application H24088. Seems like everyone's present.
And this is for
So-
the new construction.
This is an applicant proposing building a new mixed-use residential and commercial building with 8 residential units. Are you ready to present your presentation?
This is Commissioner Miller. I thought it was 5-story. It's 8?
No, eight residential units.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Thank you, Anthony.
You're welcome.
Okay, good evening, members of the board. As I mentioned before, my name is Eduardo Veras, Architect Project Manager for Palermo Edwards Architects. As you know, and our project is currently falls within the Living Downtown Redevelopment Plan, more specifically the Four Corners Historic District. As our engineer was explaining, the existing structure that's in place does not resemble any historic value. So that's the reason why we are proposing a brand new building from scratch. Okay. So if I could share my screen so I could explain a little bit about our project. Currently, our project falls within the corner of Halsey Street and Branford, which is this existing Dan's Hat structure. As you can see, it's just 4 pillars or 4 concrete corners with as a commercial facade, nothing else resembling there. Going back to my Okay, I'm gonna share the other screen of the proposed project. Okay, our building currently will be Branford Place.
Excuse
at
me
the
for a
ground.
minute.
Okay, should I stop? Or should I continue? Okay. Currently, Halsey Street, as I was explaining in the view of the street view, and Branford Place. 2 commercial spaces at the ground floor, 1 on each side, and the main entrance to the residential units at the middle. Going above, there will be 2 residential units per floor. Our building will be 5 stories high, commercial on the ground floor. This is Branford Place. And 4 levels above of residential, totaling 8 residential units above and 2 commercial spaces below. As I was explaining before, what we want to reflect is maintaining some of the character that's in the neighboring area. So we tried to maintain a little bit of the brick at the main level. And then we started off with new, more modern materials in the upper floors. Some things resembling a little bit more of what we see in the Teachers Village, which is actually a block of way. Teachers
Commissioner Miller,
Village.
can you describe those material?
Okay, the materials will be metal cladding in the exterior. All the black will be like metal finishes. And then the inside would be Icotone fiber cement in the white. And brick at the ground level. And then glass facade for the commercial spaces.
This is Commissioner Miller. I have a question. The way the windows are, where the square is, the white square, from what I'm seeing here, Is that part where the air conditioner goes?
That is correct.
So can I ask you why you chose to have it zigzag instead of all of them being in one, all in one side to the left or one side to the right?
It was just more of a aesthetic design, nothing specific.
Commissioner Zhang, I think that Commissioner Miller makes a good point about the flip-flop of the window orientation. It's something to consider if they should all be aligned, but yes.
Okay.
So perhaps you want, Commissioner Miller, perhaps you want to have all of them on the left, maybe on the left, and on the right, all of them on the right, or all of them in the same size. So that will be something that you will have to revise.
Okay.
In my opinion, I don't know about all the other commissioners. I'm just speaking for myself.
It would be alignment, commissioners, and it might be more in alignment with the character of other historic buildings in the neighborhood. But that's for the majority of the commission to determine. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. I will show a rendering of how the building will look in the outside in the corner, resembling how the corner will look.
In this image, they're all aligned, it seems.
Yeah, this is
Yes.
Commissioner O'Toole. I was going to say this looks a lot better. It's you know, it's different from your rendering. But this feels better. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, this is actually this is the rendering.
Commissioner Miller, I also agree with that.
Yes.
I like it that way.
Yes.
It looks a lot cleaner. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Grosclaws, could you tell us what is the window assembly on the north side of the building, the one we can't see, the one that faces Prudential? Because for maybe 2.5 stories, you have the building next door. Can you have windows on the 4th and 5th floor on that side?
We cannot for code requirements. We can't because we are on property line.
Okay, all right, very good.
Commissioner Zhang, for further to Mr. Commissioner Grosclaus's question, what is the material for the north elevation?
The north elevation will be cinder block.
Okay. Okay. So when you're walking south down Halsey Street, you'll see the cinder block on that side of the building.
That's correct. If that's a choice, we could change the material and probably put stucco in order to have a more cleaner aesthetic facade.
The reason I ask is the neighboring building on Halsey Street, that one that you see on the left-hand side, is a landmarked building, and it's unlikely to ever be demolished because it's a contributing structure. And so I think there's a very good chance that for the next 50 or 60 years, when you're walking south down Halsey Street, you will see the cinder block wall on the northern side of your building. So I think something to consider is having material that blends with the neighborhood, because that side will be visible indefinitely.
Okay. Thank you. Any other question?
The looking at the corner there, your windows are sitting on that's metal panels, aluminum panels underneath the windows?
That's correct.
Now, in this picture here, Commissioner Grosclaws, it looks like you did to the windows what we were talking on this side here, what we were talking about, putting all of the, instead of back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, they're all on the same side. And was that by choice or?
Yes,
I
that was
think
that's by choice. Yes. At the end of the day,
it's a very nice looking building.
I'm wondering, is there an alternate exit? You mentioned that the entrance to the apartments would be in the middle on the first floor. Is there an alternate exit?
yes, there's an alternate exit, which will be at the side here.
And this was Commissioner Caldwell Epps. I'm sorry, I didn't recognize. Okay, thank you.
This is Commissioner O'Toole. I'm looking at the plan. It seems like there's like a rear, I guess you kind of call it a dog leg. The building isn't completely rectangular. Is that a part of the site or is that an addition?
That is part of the site. All this, the dotted line is part of the property line
Okay,
that's existing.
okay.
Commissioner Zhang, I would just like to add a point of information for the applicant, which is a question. So your new building will not dig below ground. Will there be?
Yes, we will dig below ground. We will have a basement where we have all the mechanical equipment and everything below. Right now, there's actually a crawl space at the corner where we were talking about, but we will go at least 8 feet below grade here to have all the mechanical equipment.
Thank you. Just the reason I ask is this building has a very weird footprint, and I have researched the history of this site, and I'd like to add just for information that this location, the reason the building property is such a weird shape is because it's the location of the old First Church burying ground from 1666 to 1906. This location on Halsey Street was some of the adjacent properties were a cemetery. And so I don't think you will find human remains when you dig below ground. But when you do dig below ground, you might find some tombstone remains. You might find some coffin particles. And so there, in earlier photos of the demolition of the current location, did notice some kind of buckling on the ground floor at the concrete section of the ground floor that wasn't yet excavated beneath. Part of it might have to do with what there is below ground. Again, I don't think there are human remains because when the cemetery was closed in 1906, they took away the human remains. But you might find some weird things below ground when you excavate it. I thought I'd add that for your information, just in case you find anything when you're building.
Sure, thank you. Thank you for the information.
The space on the corner.
Sorry, go ahead, Commissioner.
The space, the big square space you have on the right side with the stairs coming down, what is that going to be used for?
This area will be on the right side, will be storage for the commercial space.
Now, if it's storage for the commercial space, you're just going to have stairs going up? No sort of mechanical equipment?
No,
like
no,
elevator coming in?
just storage going up above to this floor level. And all this area towards the left will be all the mechanicals for the actual building.
I just had one thing I just thought just hit me. I'm not saying do this or anything like that, but you have the stair in the middle in a good location right there. And I thought maybe that if you had maybe just for your use, I'm not talking about the use of everybody right now, but if you had I don't know, another door there that at least you could get to the elevator if you needed to.
Here.
Just a thought. And you can make that decision when you're in construction, because you could say, oh, we have some equipment here. Maybe we should have another door that at least is going through a way that is protected by fire-coated materials that I can get into the elevator and get it upstairs, i.e. something like a giant piano. I'm just being a little facetious, but it's just something that I thought about instead of just having that one zone going up with stairs.
Well, the main reason we didn't open a door here is because the elevator goes up to the lobby, not connecting to the commercial space.
I understand, but I'm just planning some, because I don't know the building down there like you do. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, remember, you get there, after you've been working on this thing for about a couple of years, you'll get tired too,
Sure.
Commissioner Zhang, one question for the applicant. I see from the floor plan that you have the waste and recycling on the Halsey Street side. During the weekdays, is there some kind of door to shield the garbage?
Yes, there will be a door. There will be a door, as you see here, is shield.
So is it a metal door, or is it some door that looks like a street front door?
It's a metal door meshed that you will not see anything through.
Okay, good. So you're not going to walk down Halsey Street and see garbage piling up.
You will not see the garbage, but you probably will smell it. Unfortunately.
Commissioner Miller, right next to where the doors are to block for the garbage, the top part of that window that is white, and you have the same finishing on I think the main entrance of the building. What kind of material are you using right there, that white material?
White material, this above?
No. You see where the windows are and the door? You
Down
have it
here?
there, you have
yeah.
it when you turn the corner, right there, you have
Go
some
ahead.
white,
Right.
what is that?
That's probably the glass reflecting something. That's all glass above. All this is glass. Everything by code has to be glass 14 feet above for a street.
Okay, well, the other one is not reflecting that. If you go all the way to the end, it looks white. So I thought that was part of the design you was trying to portray.
Here, this section, that's
Uh-huh.
the reflection of the sunlight. That's what it's doing. But this
Okay,
is
so
all glass.
I just want to make sure that it's not white. Okay.
Sure.
Commissioner Zhang, does this application require any variances?
Yes.
Okay.
For the bulk, for the size of the lot.
But no,
But besides that, everything else we comply.
no other variances.
That's a good point. What is the variance for that?
For the bulk, for the size of the lot. Normally, to develop this building, we would need at least 3,500 square feet. We have approximately 2,800 square feet.
Commissioner Grosclaws, the point where at the end of the building where it goes out like this. The added part in the back does that go up 5 floors or is it just 1 floor? Show the floor plan again. Okay. Okay, the picture right here and so forth does that go up 5 floors or is that just maybe 1 floor?
This is only 1 floor. Then this goes up 4 floors.
Okay. Okay.
This is residential right here?
That's correct.
So for the residential, you're gonna have 2 ways to
You
get to the
need 2 means
elevator?
of egress. You need 2 means of egress. 2 means of egress meaning stairs to exit. That's how come we have
Right.
this.
No,
exit.
I agree with you there. Yeah, I understand. I'm just looking at the elevator. The elevator is for the tenants in the building?
That's correct.
Oh, I see. I see. When it gets to the ground floor, it's only 1 door opening out to the other side. I got you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. This elevator will be double door.
Right.
One entering through Branford, entering through here, and then exiting up to the residential area through the back.
Now, this is Commissioner Smith, so I'm clear with Commissioner Grosskopper asking, are you talking about what Commissioner O'Toole was talking about I don't know, did you say the tail, the leg? Are you asking, is that going up 5 feet also, Commissioner Grosskopper?
Oh, back here?
Yes.
No, that will only stay ground floor.
Okay.
What's interesting is where you showed, can you just bring the picture down just a tiny bit because it looks like, no, the other way. Bring it down. Okay, keep going a little bit further. Further. It almost looked like this was another street over here, and it looked like you could make an exit if it was an emergency needed or something like that to get out. Even if it was a door, not a door, but maybe a iron bar.
Well, currently both adjacent buildings compromise the space, and there was no possible way to exit.
Okay, all right, not a problem.
Commissioner Zhang, I believe that historically there was never an exit from the rear of this property. The weird angle there has to do with the former locations of the cemetery, which was built at a different angle from the regular street grid. And so the dog is a relic of the 17th century.
Oh boy.
I can see the challenges you have here. One of the things I think that I probably would just mention to you would be your exit doors, your doors getting into the stairs.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill, so I'm just.
Is this showing the first floor? Let me see
This
what
is
it's
showing the second floor, second
floor.
through fifth floor,
Right.
second. Okay.
second through fifth.
I think your stair is going to get a little wider for one thing, and that is at the fire doors that are getting you into the stair.
The doors entering to the staircase.
Well, on the left-hand side of the door. I mean, everything there is fine, you know, where you have it designed and everything. I was just thinking about the door that allows you to go into the stair, because you basically have probably maybe 6 inches on one side, maybe a foot on the other side. And just so you don't get caught on something, I'd say just look at it in terms of the handicap codes.
Sure.
You know, we have 18 inches on the other side. And that may not be necessary on a fire door, but I just said the design looks very nice. And I just said, if you just think about that for a second, and you have the space to do it, it looks like.
Thank you. Sure, I'll take a look at it.
Commissioner Zhang, I just wanted to commend the application on putting a lot of work into this application.
Very nice.
Ground plan that the lower level right there, that kitchen on the left-hand side has a sink in the bay window, so that when you're washing your dishes, you're in the bay window looking out on the street. And I just wanted to say that's a nice touch, and it reveals a thoughtfulness in the detail. And I also wanted to add for the applicant that I think it's very good that you're modeling your design on Richard Meyer across the street, because he's a really important architect. And I think it's a credit to the applicant to see you modeling your work on a really important architect, particularly the details and the orientation of the windows. So just wanted to say that. Thank you.
That's one of my proteges, Richard Meyer. I used to come to his office. We were in the same college. He's much older than me, so I don't mean it like that. But you know, I remember him very well, Richard Meyer. Yes.
Well, much appreciated. Much appreciated.
Great job. Great job. Are there any more questions or concerns?
I have a comment. This is Caldwell Epps again. When you were doing the excavation, Miles mentioned that that was a former cemetery. Anything resembling a tombstone or some sort of ephemera that might have any historical value, I hope that you'll be sensitive enough to at least call in someone from the New Jersey Historical Society or from the museum to assess it before you throw it away.
Sure.
I'll come take the look. Here I am. I'm on there. I'll come take the look. And I know Richard Meyer.
Could you, this Commissioner O2, could you show the exterior rendering again? Want to take one quick look?
Nice.
Thanks.
Any more questions, commissioners?
No question, just a comment. This is Coombs Hollis. Just wanted to thank the applicant for coming through and the comments that were shared and mentioned by the commissioners. This applicant spent a considerable amount of time at the design review meeting. So I thank you again. That's it.
And this is Commissioner Smith. I want to say that from design review to looking at this presentation, thank you to your commitment to the city of Newark.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So, yeah. So, Kevlin, do we have any questions or concerns from the public? Anybody here to speak on this project? You could take your presentation down.
Can you stop sharing the screen? If there's anyone from the public, can you raise your hand, please, so I can bring you in? I don't see any raised hand.
Okay, so it looks like we have a few conditions, but can we get a motion from to vote on this project or move this project?
You said we have conditions?
Well, I kind of jotted down some reference to how the well, no, maybe this is different.
Yeah, there was one comment.
There
Ms.
was one. I
that
thought I
was
heard
done
one.
through, but that was really for the demolition.
That's for the demolition. Okay.
Yeah.
So I think we did, thank you, Commissioner
Yes,
Hollis. I think that
Linda.
we can move forward to just vote on this project. Can I get a motion from one of the commissioners?
Commissioner Zhang, I'd like to make a motion to approve this application H24-087 for the construction at 200 Halsey Street.
As presented, sorry, as presented.
Well, I think we had
There was some change for on the rendering that was mentioned for.
with two conditions. The
Yeah.
first being the orientation of the windows.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yes.
And I think the second condition being that the north facade have some kind of stucco or a treatment, so that's not raw cinder block.
Yes.
And I'll second that motion. Thank you.
Commissioner Combs Hollis. Motion made by Commissioner Miles, seconded by Commissioner Combs Hollis. Commissioner Grosskos,
Yes.
Commissioner Woodridge,
Yes.
Commissioner Miller,
Yes.
Commissioner Forsyth,
Yes.
Commissioner Caldwell Epps,
Yes.
Commissioner O'Toole,
Yes.
Commissioner Zhang. Commissioner Zhang,
Yes.
Commissioner Combs Hollis,
Yes.
Chair Smith.
Yes.
Motion carried, 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Congratulations.
Yep.
Thank you.
Nice. Nice.
A wonderful evening. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
Good night.
Right.
Don't forget to send pictures.
No, I definitely got you guys.
Okay. So are we ready to move on to the next item on the agenda?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the next item on the agenda is 263, 265 Elwood Avenue in the Forest Hill section of Newark. Application number H24-109. Applicant is proposing to construct a new one-family home.
Is
What's the
anyone
street
there?
again? What's
Can
the
you
street
raise your
again?
hand? Okay, I'm gonna bring that person in. I'm gonna bring them in.
Street. So
Well, wait, before you bring them in,
Uh-huh.
Commissioner Hollis made a point. Is as alternate is Commissioner Zhang able to make a motion?
Yeah,
Yep, okay, very
Yeah.
good. Okay, we're good. Just for clarity,
yeah.
we appreciate your vote, Commissioner Zhang. Okay, we're good.
Okay. Where is okay, I think we have everyone in. Can you please unmute yourself and you can state your name and start the presentation and then how you're affiliated with the project?
Okay. Excuse me. Martha Brasselbon, architect, MB Architectural Design. We are the designers of the new residential home at 263, 265 Elwood Avenue East. Can share my screen. Give me 1 second. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So this is excuse me, a vacant lot, currently a vacant lot at the corner of Elm and Elwood. Saying Elm. Lake, excuse me, Lake Street and Elwood Avenue. It's right across the branch park, right across from the park. And it's been vacant for many years. My client purchased it early or this year and went into contract with us to design the house. These are pictures of the surrounding areas and the existing residents. This is directly adjacent. This one is directly adjacent. The property is right here. This building is, this building is directly on the back of the property. This building is across the street. And this one is on the other side of this building. So basically this, and this is the front of this property. It's just to get sense of the area. So the building will have a basement, which will house utilities, will be an open basement with a powder room. And then the first floor will have a front porch, and you'll come into an entryway. The living room, dining room, and the kitchen will be to your left, and then in the back will be an additional, it's like a study, and it can also be utilized as an additional bedroom. On the second floor, you'll have the master bedroom and two bedrooms.
Commissioner Miller, I'm sorry. Can you please stick to the aesthetic of the outside or the exterior of the building, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
So actually, let me just go to the back. So this is the front facade. And what we're proposing is to utilize party board, the batten party board on the sides and on the top floor, a metal railing system, and then gray stucco with a black metal roof over the porch. At the base, we'll be doing a gray stone veneer, again with the black metal railings across the porch. The windows will be Anderson windows, casement windows all around both the front and the side facade. And here are the pictures of the stucco that we're proposing to use, the siding, the metal roof, and the windows, which, as I said, will be Anderson casement windows. And we do have a pergola on the top floor. This is the proposed metal railings and the stone veneers that we're proposing to use.
Commissioner Grossplus, let me just make an observation. In this picture of the house, it's a very, very distinguished third floor with the balcony and walkout and so forth. I don't think any of the houses you showed us portrayed the third floor quite this way. So in other words, it almost looked like in the other houses, it could have been an attic or it could have been a bedroom or so up there. But this is putting it right in our face. and so forth. And I'm not sure how that works.
Commissioner Zhang, I would like to second Commissioner Grosskloss's observation that the pitch of roofs, the steepness of roofs in Forest Hill tends to be 30 degrees angle or higher, steeper roof. And this building tends to have a very low pitch for the roof. And so I think that's one feature that's different about this building than its neighbors to call out.
Yes, and one of the reasons we wanted to have this open space is because the property is directly across from the park. And during the spring, when you have the cherry blossoms, it'll be a very nice space to be. Now we can look at like the pictures of the roof to be more in conformity with the zone. And as I said, that's the reason why we chose to do that balcony on the third floor, to be able to take advantage of the views.
Could that balcony be on the left side of the third floor, not in the front, and maybe under the eave or so of the house or so? It just and then two windows on. Well, I mean, if that could be, then it doesn't have to be on the front of the house. And I think that there could be more of a roof line and so forth.
Well, the front of the house, I'm just for clarity, this is where the porch is located. So you have the two roofs and this portion. This is the area right across from here where the park is. So relocating this area wouldn't necessarily give you the view of the park. One of the reasons we didn't locate it here is because we didn't want to have that be a blank space on that corner. We wanted to have presence of the building with the roof lines on that corner. We tried to also minimize the presence of the balcony.
So Commissioner Zhang, so when you return to the elevation, the balcony you see on the elevation doesn't, that image on the left-hand side doesn't show us the depth of the balcony. So that whole corner there on the upper left is set back from the street. Okay.
Go to your third floor plan.
This is the location of the balcony.
It looks like in this picture, it's a solid wall in the front and then open on the right-hand side, the left-hand side of this picture. And actually, the park is at a diagonal down below. You have to look down into it. You can't look across the street from it. And do you see how I'm looking at the other houses? This is going to be a completely different look in the neighborhood. It's not going to look like it belongs so much.
Why is that?
Why is what?
Why is it, why will it look, it won't belong?
I have Commissioner Zhang. I think that the application is good. I think that the balcony is its own question. I think the two slight concerns I have is I think with the windows, you do show single pane casement windows on all sides of the building. But I will add that for most of Forest Hills, windows typically here have like an up top and a bottom or kind of panes and not a single plate of glass for the entire window. So I would encourage the applicant to have like a double hung window or window divided into panes, because all the neighbors, like that example you have on this image right here, has a large window broken into individual panes. I would consider that for the application. And the second comment I have is when I look at the elevation, I see that the bars for the hard handrails all go horizontally bars. But it's usually, I think, more common in Forest Hill, although other commissioners can correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding in Forest Hill is that it's more common for these kinds of guardrails that have vertical banisters and not these horizontal bars like mid-century modern buildings. So I think that the commission has those three questions about the balcony, and I think to that I'd like to add the question about the orientation of the rails on the guardrails, as well as the panes on the windows.
We can certainly take a look at that. That's something that we can definitely look at.
I'm trying to think of ways that the application that the building can be modified to really fit in the district without sacrificing things like cost or square footage.
Commissioner Miller, I have a question. Did this particular property go to design review or no?
Yeah, it did, and I believe at the time we did have some questions that were raised there. And I don't have my notes from that meeting, but it did come through, and I know we did raise some questions at the time.
The architect, Miss Barzovan. Did I say it right, Barzovan?
Yes.
Do you have a recollection of that meeting and what was highlighted from the commissioners?
What was highlighted was that we had the garage to make sure that the garage was in alignment in terms of the design aesthetics for the building, and also that the windows, what type of windows we were going to utilize was a question that came up. Those are the two major things that I recall.
So, Commissioner Miller, so what kind of material is the window?
The windows are going to be a metal window with a black finish on the exterior, with white molding around, with a white molding.
I believe at the time, one of the comments was that the windows were supposed to be wood material.
Yes, and also it was also discussed that it's not 100% required to be wood, that we did have the option to do them as a metal window. Again, that's if the preference is a wood window, that it's not that's not a deal breaker for us. We will certainly look at the providing a window that has an exterior wood finish.
This is Commissioner Miller. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, other commissioners that have been here a long time, we have allowed that material, metal. Am I correct, Commissioner Glasgow or Anthony?
I believe that we have allowed both of them, but I think at design review, we may have requested wood.
Yeah.
But I think that we did request wood in design review.
Commissioner Zhang, I have another question here. I see from the Lake Street elevation of this building that it seems that the garage is at a different setback from the main house. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay, and so what is the building immediately north on Lake Street? What is the setback of that building to the north on Lake Street? Do you know how many on Lake Street, the yellow one right there?
Yes, it's actually closer to the street on that side. Find a picture. Yeah.
See, look at this picture, Commissioner Grossgloss. Second row, third one in. It looks like a newer house, and it does not emphasize so much the third floor I mean, that's where I was talking about if you had a different roof slant or something like that. But I mean, this seems to be the size of the houses that they're putting in over there.
Commissioner Zhang, I think that Commissioner Grosskloss raises a good question. I think that the applicant could have the same size balcony if they brought it from the third floor down to the second floor and put the balcony above the porch as a fenced-in area above the roof of the porch. That would allow you to have a roof line that's consistent with the neighbors without sacrificing the square footage of the balcony. And just that second concern I'd have that I'd like to return to earlier is that as it stands, the most projecting part of the facade on the Lake Street elevation is the garage. And I am curious if the applicant is amenable to setting back the garage further on the Lake Street side, so that either that it's flush with the rest of the house, or ideally so that the garage is set back so that when you're walking north on Lake Street, you see more of the historic building to the north, the older building, and less of the garage to the front. I'm trying to think of ways that the applicant can try to hide the image of parked cars or hide the garage door, because for most of Forest Hill, when you're walking down the street, you see houses more than garage. So I think I'd second Commissioner Grosskloss's concern about the balcony, as well as add my own concern about the setback of the garage.
What's the issue with the setback of the garage?
The garage the house is set back further back from the street than the garage is. I think most of Forest Hill, when there are garages, the garages are pushed back to the rear of the property, or they're set back further from the street, so that when you're walking down the street, you see more front stoops than you see garages. And if the garage is set back 4 or 5 feet further, you will see more of the historic building, the yellow building to the north, so that the buildings, and not the garages, are the things that are most visible from the street.
Yeah.
Do you have a rear elevation of the house?
A 2-car garage or a 1-car garage?
It's a 2-car garage.
Okay. Well, I go along with Miles on pushing it back, because that's a very pretty house on the north side of the garage.
I just want to add that there is another lot between our property and that yellow house. Our property line is not directly adjacent to that yellow house.
I understand.
I understand. Although I think,
and I don't. Sorry to interrupt. We can look at, and we'll look at moving the garage further back. We did do the setback based on what was allowed by code, but we can certainly look at it and moving it further back.
What's the exterior material of the garage?
It'll be similar to the house. It'll be a hardy board with the stone. Give me 1 second. I can show you. So it'll be hardy board with the base stone finish.
Going around the entire bottom?
Yes.
Okay. Make a note to at least look at that with the building officials from the city of Newark. Because you have a garage there at A. I don't know what they're doing right now. Everything more or less, they do buildings, but that is close to the property line. So is it at least 5 foot back from the property line, or maybe 3 or 2?
It's 4 feet from the property line.
Okay, so generally they probably won't, they may not say anything, but generally I know 5 feet gets you out of the hot water there.
With the 1 hour rated rules.
Right, right, just in case. I'm not saying do it, but you just research it a little bit and you'll see what you think.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Grosskloss, can you show the picture with the house and where the garage is behind it, so we can make a comment?
is this the floor plan?
I'm sorry?
Is the floor plan you're asking to see?
I'm just asking to see that the house and where the garage is behind the house, so we can see if we move it back. because one of the things that I was thinking of, and I thought it was a good suggestion to move it back. Another good reason to do that is if you have company at your house, you can park them in your driveway and not on the street to make it look less attractive. I think with cars on the street, it's not always that attractive.
Commissioner Zhang, I think Commissioner Grosskreutz raises a good point that right now, if you, in 5 or 10 years from now, if you use the garage for storage or for another vehicle and you are not able to park your car inside, currently, as you have it, the rear of the large vehicle will block the sidewalk. Whereas if you push the garage further in, 10 or 12 feet further into as far back to the property as possible, it makes the house the most visible part of the streetscape. It also allows you to when you have guests over, to park the car on the driveway without blocking the pedestrian.
Well, I don't know if I'd agree with that. I'll tell you why. Can you tell me the distance between the back of the garage and your property line? Which I see in the site plan here is to the upper left.
Yeah. Yes, you do start to lose. You only have 20 feet here. There's 10 feet here. So if you moving it back will then reduce what is the backyard of the property. So, and if you took the garage and moved it all the way, well, you can't go all the way to the back. So you'd be at least 5 feet away from the property line. All of your backyard would now become hardscape because you'd have a driveway.
What's the depth of your garage? What's your horizontal dimension?
It's 20 feet. It is a 20 by 20.
And the dimension between the garage and the property line, is that 10 feet or something?
10 feet. 10 feet one.
So
I think it's a good idea. I think where you have it right now, or you can, and the distance from the property line to the house is, what distance is that one, the horizontal?
It's 12'7". So we would reduce the backyard by 1'7". So you'd have like
Okay, that's
18
not
feet.
bad. That's
Yeah.
not bad. That's not
Yeah.
bad. Okay.
So no, definitely we can align it to the house. That wouldn't be an issue. It's just like bringing it all the way to the back. Again, it just reduces the amount of backyard that you can actually have on the property.
Commissioner Zhang, I think that balance is important. I think I would still encourage you to have at least somewhat more of a setback on the Lake Street side, 12 foot 7 inches minimum, or 14 feet or 15 feet, some kind of compromise there between the width of the side of the backyard and the setback from the street. So it's only a matter of 2 or 3 feet, but I think it makes a difference for a consistent property line.
The one thing that is a point, by saying what the commissioner just said, if you had to expand something, then in the house, you could expand right to the garage.
Yes.
That's a good point. If 30 years from now you want to fill in the space between the garage and the house, in the garage is on the same setback as the rest of the house, any infill will be a lot easier and also look much more consistent.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. No, I will definitely do that.
That might be a condition of the approval.
This is Commissioner Smith. You are doing a lot with this tiny lot. So, but what is the view from Lake Street? Is that coming from Grafton Avenue?
Okay.
Is let me see it. So we're right on this corner, right at the corner of the park.
And what is the garage orientation with the yellow house on the side?
it's going to be either in alignment with it or a little further back. Because I apologize because I don't recall how far back this house is. The houses along Lake Street are further out than they are on Elwood. In terms of like their setback is less on Lake Street than it is on Elwood. On Elwood, we had 20 feet. On Lake, it's like somewhere between 10 and 12 feet.
You did good in terms of a compromise. That's good.
I'm not sure if I answered the last question.
You did. You did.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, yeah. So, are there any more questions or concerns or statements from the commissioners?
I think what I heard, Commissioner Smith, is that we're looking for the applicant to push the garage back a little further into the rear yard without
Yeah.
compromising the usage of the rear yard and
Yeah.
without triggering any variances to any other board. So we can highlight that as a condition if this is approved.
Okay.
The other condition I might want to add is the division of the windows, to have windows that have panes of glass as opposed to a single sheet of glass for the entire window. So those might be two conditions: the setback and the panes of glass in the windows to be consistent with neighbors.
Yeah, and the other condition I think I may have heard, or we may have heard in design review, that we prefer wood windows versus the mix, but Commissioner Miller said that in the past we've allowed both. So
Anthony, can we read the, once you make the motion, can we read the conditions after we make the motion onto record, please?
okay, sure. So before we make a motion, are there any questions and concerns from the public?
Yes, I see, Catherine have her hand raised. I'm gonna bring her in. Sir, can you stop, Mom, can you stop sharing your screen, please?
Sure.
I have two raised hands. I'm gonna bring in Catherine. Catherine, can you turn on your microphone? Catherine?
I turned it on.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, thank you. As a resident, a longtime resident of Forest Hill, I would have assumed that this house should be facing Lake Street instead of Elwood Avenue. But of course, it would have to be totally redesigned if they turned it around to face Lake Street. And the other thing I just want to comment on is that this vacant lot, and it is a double lot, it used to have a lot of trees, and not a lot, but it had several trees. And when these people bought the property, they took down all the trees. I would hope that they would be planting trees on their property around the home. Those are my only comments.
Yeah.
I have a question for the commission. In the past, has the commission ever added street trees or a minimum number of trees as one of the conditions of approval? Because it is one of the features of Forest Hill, the large.
That generally comes in the zoning code.
Okay.
Yeah, generally the zoning code will specify what
Yeah.
you must do to keep it going in the same direction with the rest of the community.
Commissioner Miller, I do remember we have recommended more shrubbery or more greenery to some structures. I do remember
If it is allowed, I think it's a good recommendation, because it is a new building, it does stand out. I'm trying to think of ways that you can kind of shield the building from street view in 20 or 30 years, and
Mhm.
it's an important part of that, particularly if you're across the street from Branch Brook Park.
Commissioner O'Toole, I agree with Commissioner Woodridge. When I think it does get into zoning, they'll talk about street trees. I think my recollection is like one tree per 25 feet, which will most likely be maybe 2 on Lake and probably 1 on the other street. So at least 3. But again, that's for zoning when they get there. So
So the zoning code specifies trees along the sidewalk. Does the zoning code say anything about trees that are within the 10 or 12-foot setback?
No,
Okay. So
he's right.
would the applicant be amenable to, as one of the conditions, adding not more street trees, but adding more plantings between the sidewalk, which is controlled by the zoning code, and the building 10 or 12 feet further back?
Wait a minute. Well, I've never heard that before.
Okay.
Yeah, be careful in that particular one. The ground cover you can do. All of the flowers and stuff you can do, but with trees, that basically has something, because you got to remember the fire department runs through a lot of things with people, and so yeah, be careful of that. But something, that's a good point. I'm going to look that up, because I'm glad you actually said that, because that'll make us all alert.
Yeah.
If the commission can't add trees as one of the conditions, I would just add for the record that I would recommend the applicant add trees of their
I
own.
understand.
It gives them a more beautiful house too.
Yeah.
I understand.
Okay,
Do we have any?
in Mr. Sutter now? We have 2 raised hands. Someone will bring in Mr. Sutter.
Not sure.
Souter, not Sutter, Souter.
We see you, Calvin.
Thank you. I appreciate it. For those who don't, for the record, my name is Calvin Souter. I am a resident of Forest Hill. I live a few blocks away from this particular property, and actually thought about buying it myself. I would just like to note for your consideration, and for the neighborhood, that this is a very small corner property. And adding trees at a intersection that already has a light there, in a park on the corner, just for your consideration, think about safety and blind spots that can occur. It is a thing, because we do have a lot of trees in the neighborhood, but they have kind of been cleared on the corners to make sure that people can see in every direction. So I think that's something that should be kept in play. But there's also the reality that from the building of the building, something to think about, where you're asking to push back the garage on what is right now a very small lot size, that probably is not designed to have a backyard, right? It's going to be really hard for it to sit there. The way the house sits, right, it will kind of block that pretty little brick building that's just recently been redone, but it will not block at all the yellow building that you all were looking at and were worried about, the garage, right? It actually will be sitting right next door. And for your consideration, the properties nearby, because Lake Street, from a historic standpoint, there are fewer historic homes still existing on Lake Street, although they are some of the most significant historic homes that are on Lake Street. We do have more modern 70 builds that are the majority of Lake Street, and those garages tend to come up on the newer houses. They are not then pushed in the back. So if you're looking at that juxtaposition that exists between the homes built in the late 1800s to around the 1920s, that's a very particular style and setup. those that were built between the 50s and 70s were significantly different. And this particular home, as it's been put there, is more in line with the newer construction in that 50s to 70s era where that garage would be up. I do think it's going to be a challenge and a significant departure if that particular garage, the way they have it set up, would be pushed back further and not in alignment with other properties. Because both from a historical perspective, for those homes built before 1920 or around that time and before, if the garage was up, it was separated and almost looked at as a different structure. And in many of those homes in Forest Hill, those separate structures have actually been subdivided and sold off. So just a consideration and thinking about the neighborhood as a whole from, I live in the neighborhood and would like for it to continue to have the same character. But thank you all.
Interesting.
Yes. I'm gonna bring in Miss Martinez.
Hi, how are you? I'm just here with the owner on some points that you guys brought up while we were going through that. He actually recently bought the lot and he hasn't done any work to it. So I know someone mentioned that there was some trees taken down. We just wanted to say no trees have been taken down since he's bought the property. He is very open to bringing in more trees if that is something you guys well, regardless, he was going to put in some more trees. And also with the window comment, he is okay with the wood windows, that there's not a problem there as well. And with moving the garage back some more. Those are the only small comments we just wanted to bring up.
Thank you.
Someone else has a comment trying to get into
Yes, I'm gonna bring in Michelle. Yes, I don't know why, but I'm gonna bring her in. Why she decline now? I just tried to bring her in. Okay, let me see if she's coming. Okay.
Hi, this is Michelle Butchko. I also live in Forest Hill. On a few points, Miles, you talked about the rails being horizontal rather than vertical, but you didn't mention that in your other points. So I don't really want to talk about that. And I had a question also about the arbor. We didn't talk about that at all. What is that made out of, the arbor, and why is it there? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Am I? Oh,
Yes.
okay. I was maybe talking to myself. Okay. So those are my questions. The horizontal, the vertical railings instead of horizontal, and talk about the arbor and why it's there.
If I may, in regards to the horizontal, we will look at the railing. We will look at vertical versus horizontal. That is not something that we would say no to. The arbor is there to provide shade. As the third floor or the upper floor, you're going to have a lot of sunlight, which is great. And at the same time, to be able to utilize the space, we wanted to provide some kind of shading. We didn't want to provide a roof over it. We wanted to provide something that would, that would provide a certain amount of shade, but not 100%, so that it was not a heavy, like another roof on that floor.
So a planting, basically.
Yes,
Is the pergola or arbor, whatever, a pergola made out of wood?
it would be wood, yes.
Do you know what the material for that wood is? Is it treated wood? I'm just concerned that the wood in 20 or 30 years isn't durable, or that feature of the design disappears, because it seems
It
to be
would,
important for you.
it would be treated wood.
Okay, so it's going to be durable. It's going to last a long time. Because I think that pergola, it's an enhancement. I don't, if that is such an important part, I don't want it to disappear.
I don't have any other comments.
I would like to add about the railings. I think I would encourage the applicant to look at the railings of neighboring structures, historic structures, and try to either use ornaments or details from them, instead of just a strict horizontal. Most of the historic structures in that neighborhood don't really have that. It's only in the 1950s or 70s that they have the horizontals.
Yes, we will definitely look at that.
So
Yeah,
is this,
okay with
okay.
changing the railing. If it yeah, he's not too stuck on the railing, so we can change that for sure.
So Kevin, is that it from the public? Any comments and statements?
Yes.
Okay, great. Then let's move to make a motion to vote on this. I'm gonna need some help with the conditions. There was a lot of back and forth, and now that we've had some public comments around it, where we're landing with the conditions around moving forward to with this new beautiful house in the Forest Hill area.
I'll make a motion to approve the application. Oh crap, what's the number? Okay.
It's
Page 24-109.
Page 24-109.
I'll make an application to approve H 24-109 on Lake Street with the conditions that the garage setback be increased to 12 feet 7 inches to align with its nearest neighbor. With the condition that the orientation of the balustrades of the handrails be changed to vertical to match the neighbors. That's the second condition. And I'm not going to make it a condition, but the applicant, I want to add for the record that the applicant has written in the comments that they are open to adding 5 or 6 trees. So just those 2 conditions. I'm not going to make the third one, but I will encourage you.
Okay, is that it for all the conditions? Can I get a second motion?
This is Commissioner Caldwell Epps. I'll second the motion.
Motion made by Commissioner Miles, seconded by Commissioner Epps. Commissioner Grosclose,
Yes.
Commissioner Woodridge,
Yes.
Commissioner Miller,
Yes.
Commissioner Forsyth,
Yes.
Commissioner Combs Hollis, Commissioner O'Toole,
I don't think she's connected to you. But here's it.
yeah, I don't think he's there, so I'm gonna. Okay, I don't think he's there, so
He may have dropped off.
yeah, I think so.
I think he's in the weight room.
He's in the waiting room. He said his status was changed, so he has to be brought back in as a panelist.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Miles,
Yes.
Commissioner Caldwell Epps,
Yes.
Chair Smith,
Yes.
motion carry, 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
That's good. Congratulations.
Great. Good luck with your project.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Good night.
Okay, we have two more to go. One on James Street and others a demolition and also a new construction. So ready? The next item up for review is 240. Is this right here? 245 Martin Luther King Boulevard and James Street Commons, application number H24-111. Applicant is proposing to build a 4-story apartment building. Each floor will have one residential unit with 2 bathrooms and 1 study.
Is anyone there for that project? Please raise your hand so I can bring you in. Okay, I brought in two attendees.
Hello, good evening. My name is Ali Qureshi and I'm the architect. If you allow me, I can start explaining the project to you.
Sir, can you state your name and your affiliation with the project?
Yes, my name is Ali Qureshi and I am an architect. My name is spelled as Qureshi, and I'm a licensed architect in the state of New Jersey.
Yeah.
This is Commissioner Miller. Can you please go ahead with the project and focus on the exterior of the project? Thank you.
Let me just So let me just quickly go over the project, and then we'll come back to the front elevation. This is a pretty narrow and long building. It's pretty much right being proposed right at the property line with a little backyard in the rear, and basically 4 identical floors. So this is a little bit context of this building with the existing 2 buildings. What we are proposing is, I think this has been reviewed before. I was not present in that meeting, but there were 3 things mentioned. Was that all the other 3 sides, other than the front, should be hardy plank type of siding, and bigger light or sconce at the entrance, and a canopy on top. So those were the 3 comments. Let me just quickly show you. We're going to do this kind of canopy, very, very thin metal canopy, which will not hinder the view of the building, and a bigger light, and other materials I can go over quickly with you. We will have this cast stone headers for the windows, same with the sills, cast stone. This is the wall sconce we're going to use, slightly larger than the previously proposed. This will be the brick color, even though this brick is shown as a full brick, but we will just use the thin brick, but the real slice of the brick. The windows we are proposing are wood, a double hung. And this is the elevation in relation to the buildings on the sides. So these are three comments which we accommodated. And I'll be happy to answer all the questions. This is the type of canopy we are proposing. It's pretty much not that noticeable to hide the brick view. It has a nice corners on the top. And basically all floors are identical.
Commissioner Zhang, can you show us the rear elevation?
See.
So
Okay, so
that's the rear.
yes, this will be the rear, and this will be one of the sides.
So what is the, so you do have a backyard. How deep is the backyard?
Let me just, it's around 20 feet.
Okay. And is there any setback on the side yards?
No, it's right on the property line.
So I see from the elevations that the windows for all the apartments face the side where there is no setback. But your yard where you have the garden, there are no windows. What is the rationale for having no windows on the back of for the garden and all the windows facing the property line?
Well, that's the second means of egress in the back. So, I mean, we can have windows, but I mean, we can have some windows, but the back of the property will have the second means of egress.
Okay, so even if you had windows on the back, none of the apartments would benefit from windows.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I think that was one of my concerns looking at the rear elevation is that there are no windows there. And even for just historical kind of context, most buildings on James Street in the neighborhood have rear windows, even if the windows don't have any use. If you're in the backyard, I think it would make for a better backyard for even sitting in the backyard to look not up at a blank wall, but to look at a wall that has windows, because windows are like the eyes of a building.
Sure, we can definitely accommodate that.
This is Commissioner Miller. Where I kind of remember this project, but I don't. Maybe the commissioners can remind me. Is this in the James Street district?
Yes.
It is?
Yes, it is.
Were there the architect that we have today, was there information shared with them before you finalize this plan?
So they came,
Yes.
and they did come to design review with the plans already done, and that's why they have the recommendations.
Oh, so someone from the J Street Association was there?
No.
But
Well, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But my question is, has it been any conversation or anything with them before we came up with this design?
Do you mean with the residents of James Street? Or the
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Has there been any conversation? Because, historically, we always ask the architects, and whenever it's a project, we ask them to have conversation with them before we actually bring it here for vote.
Commissioner Zhang, I'm not able to respond to that question, but I am able to say that I see from the attendee list, I do recognize one or two of the names as members, as residents of James Street and members of the historic district there.
Okay, so let us have well, I know that we're in the middle of this, but I just want to know whether that was done or not. Can somebody from the James Association, can they say yes or no, type it in? Because I just want to know if it was done.
Commissioner Zhang, in addition to my comment about the rear elevation, I do have comments about the ground floor. I see that next door you have the firehouse. The firehouse has a clearly articulated ground floor with the building as a base, middle, and a top, as is really traditional for buildings in the neighborhood. I would encourage the applicant to add some kind of datum line between the first and the second floor, or a ground floor elevation that has materials like the neighbor, because the neighbors on either side have a very clearly pronounced ground floor with a different material for the ground floor than for the second, third, and fourth story, so that the building has the base, middle, and top, the three divisions as is common. So I think those will be my two comments: the windows on the rear facade and my concern about the ground floor, which might be treated with a different material than the top floor, so as to mirror the firehouse next door, which is a stone ground floor and brick upper floors.
This is Commissioner Miller. I need to hear from somebody from the association before we move forward. Because if they have not had a conversation with them, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, there's no reason why to move forward, because we need to have the input of them.
I believe,
So that I'm clear, is that a standard that it has to go to the James Street or whatever before this commission can act on an application? Is that written somewhere? Maybe I missed it.
From what we have always done, we make sure that the community all has an input on the project. And once the community gives the input, then the commissioners, of course, make whatever recommendations there is. That has been what we have
I
done.
get that. I just want to make sure that is not. I want to see if that's a standard or somewhere.
Well,
that
Commissioner Miller, it has been a standard for our commission, but it's not coded. Is that
okay?
If that's the question.
Yeah. Thank you.
Commissioner Zhang, at the point we turn to public comment, I do see that two people in the audience have raised their hand, including Mr. Bill Chappell.
So if we're finished, first of all, are we finished with our question as commissioners? Then maybe we should go to public comment so that we can have a full conversation around this and we can see if we can move this forward.
Anthony, can I just ask one question before we do that?
Of course.
What is this? Why is there a setback to the building other than the fact that on the building to the right, there are two side windows that would open or be closed up if they, is that the reason that it's set back? Can anybody answer that question?
This is Commissioner Miller. I don't know, Richard, but there's a lot of things I don't understand here. I think that's why we need to bring some light from because the architect said that he's a second architect, and
But someone else that's part of the team has their hand raised. Tom.
Okay.
So, Tom, would you like to speak?
Yes. I'm also a neighbor owner of the firehouse next door. So I just thought I would point that out, just so everybody was aware that I have an interest in the property next door. So every basically the neighboring building next door with the firehouse is aware of this project and is in support of it.
this is Commissioner Miller. Thank you so much.
I still have to get the question answered. How far back is the building set from the two buildings on either side? How far back is it from their front?
This is Commissioner O2. Is the architect still online to answer that question?
Haven't heard him. He's moving. The screen is moving.
So this is the proposed building, and this is the adjoining building. At the shortest distance, we are 4.5 feet at this point. And in the back 5.5 feet, and in front it's close to, I would say, 8 to 9 feet. So between two buildings, there will be space. And on the other side, this lot is vacant.
Commissioner Zhang, the question I have is, for the side of the building facing the firehouse, I don't see any concerns about the setback because the firehouse will never be demolished. But the side facing the vacant lot, do windows right on the property line, is that up to fire code if windows are right on the property line, or is there a requirement for a setback on that side?
Well, we will comply with the fire code. Anything which is close to the property line has to be a certain fire rated, and also the opening has to be protected. So once we go through the permit process, we will comply with all the codes, building and fire.
What's sort of interesting to me is the picture that you have on this with the orange outline of the property or of the building. It's right up. It seems to be covering the back, the windows on the side, the south side of the one building, and so forth. So I just don't know what we would do with this. I'm not sure.
This is Commissioner, sorry, this is Commissioner Miller. Chair, is it possible we can get, if no other commissioner has anything to say, that can we get some comment from the public, please?
Commissioner Zhang, I have one last comment from the image we're looking at. What is the depth of the brick veneer for the architect? What is the depth of the brick veneer?
You mean the actual material?
Yes. How deep is it? Is it a tile or is it?
It will be thin brick, which is generally half-inch, and it's the actual slice of the brick. So the look and feel of or texture will be same as any other brick.
The reason I ask is because the depth of the brick, the half-inch depth, I would just like to raise the concern is that the lifespan of that brick material is less than it would be if it were a full brick. That I'm afraid that if in 20 or 30 years from now, the brick veneer falls off, whereas if the facade were a full depth of brick, it's sturdier and will last much longer. So I would encourage the applicant to have bricks that are the full depth goes through the veneer in the interest of long-term stability.
Sure, I'm sure we can accommodate that.
As if in 20 years from now, one of the brick tiles falls off, I mean, it's 40 feet up the facade, it's a hole in the wall. I have seen other buildings that use the brick veneer and the brick decays much faster than when it's the actual brick material. Half-inch tile for that kind of a brick, kind of buckle in the middle, it's less likely to break if it's an actual brick that's 3 inches deep and not a quarter inch or a half-inch deep.
Sure, I agree. Yes, I understand.
Do we have any more comments or questions, commissioners? So we can actually, Kevin, move to the public. You could take your presentation down.
Are there any comments from the public? If so, please raise your hand so I can bring you in. I have one. I have one raised hand. I just saw a raised hand.
I know Mr. Chappell's here.
Let's see. Okay.
Chapel?
Bill, you're muted. Was it? Yeah.
Oh, there's a whole extra steps on this thing that wasn't there before. Sorry, folks. My main concern has been, and also applies to this building, is that the sides of the building that are visible from the street comply with the standard, same standard that the front of the building has, as far as cladding or siding material. One of the great concerns in the past years was a building that was a new building that was done on the same street, Martin Luther King Boulevard, right across the street, actually, and a little to the north, where the front of the building had what we assume met the standards of the commission, but the other sides of the building, the side of the building to the north and the back of the building facing Burnett Street, is clearly visible, were a modern, what I would call a Home Depot type of material. And most of the people in the neighborhood were not comfortable with it, if not worse. So that is my main concern. Years ago, when I was on the commission, we had reviewed a building on Burnett Street at 50 Burnett Street, which has a brick front of the building, and they wanted to build an extension in the back of the building into the backyard. And since the side of the building facing north was visible from the street, the applicant was required to extend brick all the way to the back of the building, including the extension. And that's the extent of my remarks. Thank you.
Mr. Chappell, are you a member of the James Street Commons Neighborhood Association?
I have been for longer than I admit.
Do you currently serve in a leadership role in the neighborhood association?
I do not. I resigned from the board of trustees some time ago, being 84 years old. It's beyond my capabilities, but I am still interested in our neighborhood as a citizen.
I would like to add to Mr. Chappell's comment about the side facade. To my knowledge of the James Street Commons Historic District, every single building in the district is brick construction for all facades, front, side, and back. I see from the current elevation that there is a side brick wall that extends 5 feet back from the front facade to 5 feet or 5 or 10 foot depth. I think it is a question for the commission if the commission would consider requiring the applicant to extend the brick veneer further back so that from no angle from MLK can you see any of the hardy board. I think a higher quality material for the veneer for the facade will also create a more durable structure than hardy board. And it is my knowledge that the commission does have control over all 4 elevations of a facade, not just the front.
This Commissioner Miller, Miles, I agree with you completely.
It could be 20 feet or it could be the entire side facade. Just my concern is that currently as you walk down MLK, I'm afraid that when you walk by the building, it'll look like the brick veneer is pasted on the facade as opposed to the actual depth of the material. I think that to give the material depth, so it looks like a brick building and not a building with a brick facade is really important for historical integrity.
I agree as well. Thank you, Miles. Good to see you, Bill.
I'll support that as a condition of approval as well.
I would like to add that another condition of approval might be an actual brick as opposed to a brick veneer. a material that has a 100-year lifespan and not a 50 or 30-year lifespan. Which would also be,
Commissioner O2, I agree with those two requirements, suggestions.
Commissioner Miller, I agree with that as well.
As do I.
This is
Caldwell X.
Commissioner Forsyth. I just wanted to also add that I think it's important to add the windows into the back facade as well.
and Commissioner Zhang had one last question for the applicant, which is, in the current site, is there a street tree, or excuse me, not a street tree, but a tree in the rear garden? In the rear of the property?
Currently,
Yes.
there is a lot of overgrowth. If you like, I can show you the actual site conditions.
You could, because I see there is a tree in the back of the garden. If it is a species, I think Commissioner Forsyth can speak to it more. But if the tree in the rear of the property is a good quality tree, an oak tree, or a durable tree, it might be worthwhile preserving instead of cutting down.
Sure, we should be able to do that. So this is how the site looks like right now.
So is there a tree in the rear of the property?
Let me just look up. I wasn't actually prepared to answer that, but let me take a look at the site.
The reason I ask is I think if I really want residents of the building to use the backyard, and I think they're more likely to
Sure.
if there's a tree than if there isn't. And because the rear of the property does face a parking lot, it will get very hot there during the summer. So
I understand. Well, if the location of the tree doesn't fall in this area, we will be happy to plant a new tree in the backyard.
This is Commissioner Forsyth. I just was wondering also if you have a permeable or impermeable space in the backyard. I saw that you were proposing concrete with a fire pit. Is that true?
Yes, so this area will be impervious, and then the rest will be seeded grass. But if a commission, if the board feels that it all has to be grass, then I don't have any issue with that.
Can I interject for a second?
Yes.
The person who on the site in the 1990s, I can tell you that the fire pit area, and we used to call it the green. It's kind of like an elevated grass area with just some chairs and masonry and a masonry fire pit. That's been there for over 30 years, probably longer. I can say it was there in the 1990s when I was living next door. I don't have any problem if restoring it was my idea, but I have no problem removing it or removing the overgrowth or planting a tree. Really, whatever the best beautification is, we don't really have an issue with whatever beautification you want done. It's mostly just like overgrown weeds and the old fire pit area is what's out there right now.
Any more
I think
comments?
that I just want to add one more thing in terms of the permeable and impermeable space. I think it's very important to increase as much permeable space as possible. I know that's not part of our purview and in landmark and historic preservation, but I just think that it's a very important part of a responsibility for our builders. And there is something other than grass that you could use. You could use gravel, you could use any other type of material that allows the rainwater to absorb down into the ground.
Sure. Yep.
Yeah. Any more comments? First of all, if no more comments, Mr. Chappell, it's great to see you.
Yeah.
And although you resigned, you still are a steward of the James Street. Historical District. So it's glad that you're still participating.
Thank you, Mr. Chappell.
Just let me add, good to see you, Bill. It's Linda.
Thank you.
Yeah. So are there any more comments from the public?
Let me see. Okay, I have Tom Borowski.
Well, Tom was this.
Well, he has his hand raised. Let me see.
No, I think he
Okay.
My
Okay.
apologies. I
Okay.
made my comments about the back.
Yeah.
My apologies.
Okay, so I can take you out then. Okay, so okay.
I just had one question for the commission. I think there was some concerns about the hardy board on the side facade. I think the question I'd have for the commission is, as a condition of the application, should the commission require a brick on both on the entire side facade or a side facade to a certain depth?
This is Commissioner Smith. I thought that we considered taking it at least some depth around so it doesn't look like it's just brick on the front of it as a condition.
Okay.
Yeah, this Commissioner Miller, I thought we just said that, yeah. Miles.
This is Commissioner Otu. You know, excuse me if I'm out of step, but I think Commissioner Miles is asking, are we going partway or all the way? If I'm correct in your question.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Otu. Currently, I see from the elevation that's only 5 feet on the rear facade. But I am concerned that if you're walking on MLK up or down the sidewalk, you will only see 5 feet and then you'll see a lot of hardy board. I would encourage it to be a greater depth, 20 feet or 15 feet, not just 5, so that you don't see any hardy board.
Yeah. So I agree exactly what you're saying. And I think that it'll look better because when you're walking down there, it doesn't look like it's so prefabricated.
Yeah.
I think the second condition was possibly changing the brick material to an actual brick and not the ceramic tile.
And was the third condition about
I think the windows on the back
with being in line when windows on the back, but maybe the fourth condition was where we could still considering being in line with firehouse and having a break from the ground level going up?
Yes, I think that was another one. So I think that gives us, I think, 4 conditions. I think the brick material instead of the ceramic tile, the depth, maybe 20-foot depth for the side facades, for the brick on the side facade, rear windows, and a datum line to carry over from the firehouse to this facade, so that this facade also has a base middle on top like the firehouse. I think Commissioner Forsyth, who is a landscape architect, also encouraged the applicant to have a permeable rear yard. I don't know if we can add that as a condition, but I would like to add to the record that there was public comment and a commissioner's comment about the permeable surface area.
This is Commissioner Miller, and like I said before, I know that in the past, since it's going to be a new structure, we do have purview over anything in the exterior. It's not a building there that's blocking us from not seeing it, so we do have purview over that.
So does that make it a condition or recommendation?
This is Commissioner Miller. It should be a condition.
This is Commissioner Caldwell Epps. I believe it should be a condition.
Okay. So we have 5 conditions.
Commissioners, I got a question for the rear facade. One of the conditions might be a request for the number of windows. I see that the building is 4 stories. The condition might be for like 8 rear windows, 2 on each floor, or 12 rear windows. But that's a question for the commission. Because if it is a recommendation, if it is a condition for rear windows, I think the conditions it should specify the number.
This is Commissioner Otu. In terms of the windows on the back, if we have a window on each landing, I think that'll bring us to like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, either 5 or 6, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
If the architect is here, could they speak to how many landings there are?
Let me see who's this person here. Someone has their hand raised.
There he is.
Okay, this is the architect. Let me just share the screen. So starting from the ground floor, we can have we can have a door. So 1, 2, 3,
4.
4, and 5.
Yeah.
So we can have 5 windows and a door.
This is Commissioner Miller. 5 is good.
Yeah, 5. I think Commissioner Otto, I think 5 is more than enough, and it gives a little bit of breathing room to the rear stair as well. Both visually and just in terms of light,
Commissioner Zhang, so as the condition of approval, are we changing the rear facade to brick too? So should the condition be for all facades to be brick? Because that would be in keeping with other buildings in the neighborhood. The firehouse is also brick on all facades.
Commissioner Miller, I think it would be a good idea, but I didn't hear nobody from the James Street say anything to that extent. And that will also increase tremendously the cost to the homeowner.
That's fair.
So I personally think it would be a good idea, but I am not pushing it because the James Street Association, nobody say anything about it. So as far as I'm concerned, I don't want to put an additional burden on the homeowner. So the back can remain clapboard. I think that was the original intent.
Thank you. Commissioner Zhang, I think that's a fair point for the applicant to balance their cost with aesthetics. The compromise might be 20 feet or something, just on the side and not on the back. So the part that's only the part visible from the street is the brick.
Great. So if we don't have any more comments, we can move to vote on this project here with the 5 conditions.
Thank
I
you.
think I counted 5.
Yes, the conditions.
I think Miles should go through them because he knows them
Yeah.
all.
Okay, all right, so let's do the roll call, and then Miles is gonna say the application is approved with conditions, and then he can read the conditions into the record. So do we have a vote?
So who's gonna make a motion?
This is Commissioner Miller. I'll move to approve this motion. Application, I don't have the number in front of me. If you can
It's
read it.
application H24-111 245 Martin Luther King Boulevard.
So I move to approve this application with the following condition. Go ahead, Miles.
The conditions being
I just want to second it.
yeah, I'll second that with the following conditions. The conditions are as follows. A brick for the front and side facade, brick for the material instead of brick cladding, the first condition. The second condition being that the brick extend from the facade to a depth of 20 feet on the side wall on both sides, on both the north and the south. So the first condition is actual brick. The second condition is a side facade that's brick up to a depth of 20 feet, distance from the street to 20 feet deep. The third condition is a datum line or a cast stone lintel between the first and the second floor to mirror the firehouse. The fourth condition is at least 5 windows on the rear facade, in addition to the door that's already approved. That's number 4. And number 5 the recommendation for a permeable surface area on the rear yard.
Yes.
So that's 4 conditions and a recommendation.
No. I think the recommendation for the material in the back was is not a recommendation. It's yeah.
A good condition.
A condition.
So that gives us 5 conditions. So the all-around brick, which is the full depth of the brick, 3 inches, not the brick tile. The side facades that are 20-foot brick depth. The cast stone lintel between the first and the second floor to mirror the datum line of the firehouse. 5 rear windows on the rear facade. And the 5th condition is the permeable ground area. I'm sorry, Commissioner Kevlin. I'm sorry, Secretary Kevlin.
Okay, I'm gonna have to listen to the recording in any case. Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion now. I'm gonna call the votes. Motion made by Commissioner Miller.
And Commissioner Miller, Kevin, I didn't know you're gonna make a motion. You said you're gonna make a motion.
Tired. Motion made by Commissioner Miller, seconded by Commissioner Miles. Commissioner Grosclaws,
Yes.
Commissioner Woodridge,
Yes.
Commissioner Forsyth,
Yes.
Commissioner Caldwell Epps,
Yes.
Commissioner O'Toole,
Yes.
Commissioner Combs Hollis,
Yes.
Commissioner Zhang,
Yes.
Chair Smith.
Yes.
Oh, I forgot, Commissioner Miller.
Yes.
Motion carried, 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mhm.
So the next agenda item, one is a demolition and one is a new residential building. We're going to start with the demolition. The address is 1634 Williams Street, application number H24-127. Application is proposing to demolition the existing building. We went there on a site visit. Commissioner O'Toole, Rosecroft, Woodruff, and also Zhang. We all went to the building, toured the building, and we saw that certainly that the building was in bad shape. So can you invite the presenters on?
I have one person in. Let's see. Bring in Calvin.
Anthony, let me just ask a question. How could we make a decision on this building when we couldn't even get into it to see what it was like on the inside?
No, Richard, we got into this. This is the building that was
Oh, was it
everything was
different
it
day?
was everything was on an angle. We were walking up,
Oh my.
the steep stairs. Everything was on an angle.
Okay.
Flat
Yes,
surface.
I remember. Sorry. I do
If
remember.
we rolled the bowling ball, it would have went straight.
Oh my goodness, yes.
And I think this building was built in the 1800s.
1865, I think.
Mhm. Mhm.
Commissioner Zhang, I think during the site visit, there were several buildings here. I think we saw the building that was second from the corner, the 1865 building that had the sloping floors. I don't believe we were able to see the interior of the corner building, which is that 1930s Art Deco building. So I think we have a condition assessment for the second from the corner building, the older one, but not the Art Deco one. And both of them are listed.
Yeah, and the only other thing that came out was that it used to be at Jay's restaurant, but back in the 30s and 50s, it was Sparky Jay's. This was the coast where all the jazz clubs were located in this area.
Right.
So it had a lot of that context to it.
that entire corner, really, there were a few clubs that were four corners there.
Yeah.
Where's the applicant?
Um,
Oh,
hello.
they here?
Yeah.
Oh,
Both of them
okay.
are there.
We're here. We were just patiently waiting for the conversation. I'll add in that I
They
do.
didn't come today? I said, they're not ready for us.
Yeah, we here, you know, we won't shy away. Listen, you all know who I am. And Amr has presented before this group before, and the applicant KS Group has become a partner with the city in talking about and bringing the city to new heights, right? Is as simply put as that. But we are very clear of the historical significance in this area, both from the age and time when things were built there, to the new things that are there, right? Teachers Village kind of being the symbol of new development here in the city of Newark as the first real major development that we were able to see. So for those of us who have been here for 40 plus years, you know, we talked about a lot, right? But Teachers Village was the first thing to really get smoking in our city, which left some of our historical spaces in limbo, right? So I grew up in Jay's. I'm grateful that Janice got Mrs. G's up in East Orange, where you could still get some of that Jay's food. But the reality of it is that since Jay's left, that area has been depleted in terms of people. We've had a really hard time figuring out how to further develop the area. So there's some new housing right across the street, where you have Paramount repurpose a building. You got Teachers Village, which is all brand new. 45 William Street, which again is a new building that has been sandwiched around a historical building that is now in the middle of collapsing. And then we had this corner here that was sealed up, and for the longest, there was the picture of the Vibe on there that this board had approved. And I would note, before we get too heavily into it, that this board has previously approved the demolition of the buildings that we're again coming before the board asking for this evening. That being said, because I know the
Commissioner Miller, I'm sorry, Calvin. You said we approved these buildings already?
for demolition for the Vibe building.
Commissioner Zhang, I would like to clarify that for the record, when you walk by this thing on Halsey Street, the rendering shown of the Vibe building does preserve the corner Art Deco building. So if the commission approved this application previously, they would have approved the demolition of part of it, but not to my knowledge of the corner structure, the facade of the.
So we've submitted extensively, and we've done, so the demolition of the building was approved for the building to be demolished in total with the preservation of certain elements of the building that would be incorporated into the new building. Just so that we're clear on the starting point there and what would have been required of the developer in that scenario. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised with what we've done to preserve elements of the building when we get to the design application. So we've worked hard to ensure that elements of the building are preserved and reproduced in a way that we think would satisfy you all. And I just give that, and I want to give a brief project description overall, because as we talk about demolition, it's hard to not want to know why are we demolishing something like this, right? So in this scenario, we're looking to build what will ultimately look like 2 towers, but there's 1 podium, so technically it's 1 building, but it's 2 towers. There will be 712 units in the building, with 256 parking spaces and 1,800 square feet of retail space. What we're looking to build would fulfill the inclusionary zoning ordinance. And there would also be 3-bedroom units, approximately 33-bedroom units in this development, and also a total of 146 affordable housing units that would be built in this development. Murat Mutlu is the architect, and Amr Islam is our engineer. He's also our structural engineer, who will go over the property assessment for what they are now. And all of this has been presented to this board. But I again would like to note that there were some very specific details in the former demolition approval to be preserved. So there was the molding, you had some pretty intricate moldings around the building in multiple levels, which I think when we get to the design, you'll see that we've replicated those and preserved them where we can. But as for the conditions of the buildings we are asking you to approve again for demolition. As you noted, the one building is falling down. It is leaning on the other building, and the condition of the corner building. Obviously, I'm not the professional, so Almer's going to get into it more in depth. But it would be difficult at best to save it without significant costs that would make doing any sort of development there nearly impossible. So with
Are
that,
you sure, Calvin, you're not an engineer too?
I'm not an engineer. I'm honestly, I'm not that smart. I'm just not that smart at all. That's a different skill set. So
Thank you.
Albert, I'll turn it over to you to do the assessment of the two buildings. And as always, I'll be open for whatever questions you all may have once we get to the end.
Thank you, Mr. Sutter. I just had one question. So from the high-level application submitted to the city in the summary of the project, that you listed, or the applicant listed, the cost of the project as $350 million. Is that the correct estimate of the cost as submitted in the application?
That would be for the architect, but I believe we take that directly from the architect when those questions are asked, right? So that's what was there. That's the information that was given to us.
I just saw the applicant from KS Group, Mr. Spiegel, nod his head at million.
I mean, I don't know what he's nodding his head at, so I'm not going to necessarily speak to it. But I don't necessarily, there's two towers on top of a podium, so it's going to be an extremely expensive development. Yes.
Okay. The reason I just ask is that the recording of the meeting, it does not indicate if it's an audio recording. It's not a
Right.
visual recording, and so the applicant did nod their head at the project cost.
Again, I just don't know if his nodding of the head meant yes, that's what the number is. So I just want to be clear about that.
I'll just respond respectfully.
Daniel, you're killing me, Daniel. We've gone through this.
Daniel, I guess that means he don't want you to talk. Now let's go ahead and hear what the engineer have to say.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Amr Islam. I am a professional engineer in the state of New Jersey. My office is called ADG Engineering, located on 744 Broad Street in Newark. And we've been here in the city for the last 21 years. So we walked these three buildings, which are 16, 28, and 34 William Street. Just one second, if I may share. Oh, second. Okay. I'm sorry, there's something, a glitch with the.
That's no glitch. That's Richard.
Can you see the screen?
No, we don't see
No, not
anything.
really. Why is it not sharing? Okay, does it come down now?
Yep, we don't see the share screen now.
Okay. So the three adjoining property sites on William Street. The largest one is the 16 William. It's a 2-story building. Like someone mentioned earlier, it was built in 1865. So over the years, it has seen its wear and tear, and biggest deterioration is from water coming inside the building. There are also evidence of fire, previous fires in the buildings. That's the street view. If you go in the basement, there's always there's a ponding of water in the floor, which means water is getting inside the building. It's rotting the floor over for how long, I don't know, but it's the wood joists look really in a bad shape. There's some corrosion at the bottom of these steel columns because, again, standing water. So everything is very susceptible. Even this, there's a steel girder, which you can see at the corner where it is bears on the brick foundation wall. That's also exhibits corrosion. Further down, we found evidence of literally floor joists that were cracked through, and they're charred because of some historical fire that happened. And again, another damaged joist. Then on first floor also, we found water there. Floor is uneven, as mentioned by earlier. As we can see, water everywhere. This is on the second floor. There's no standing water, but you can see around the perimeter severe corrosion from water along the entire perimeter of this building. And the wood is really deteriorated. I'll go to the next building quickly first. And this is 28. This is in the middle. Has a 3-story frontage. And then it has, so this is the middle site. And it has office on the top floors and then some other spaces, warehouse spaces below. So here we found, you can see the wood joist was cut and then somebody just put a little band-aid on it, really. You can see little splinters of wood putting on there, so it's really hazardous to even. And then you could see that previously there was some sagging or damage to the main girder, and somebody put a steel shore post to temporarily hold the floor main girder up. Again, not a permanent solution, but kind of a quick fix. On the other brick side, again, brick pilaster is also shored up with the lolly column, which was added later on. I'm not sure even if it has a footing or below. So again, very susceptible condition. Wood flooring, you can see water damage everywhere. This is the main girder that bears on the brick pilaster. And again,
Amr, we're still looking at
we're still looking at the interior.
I think you switched screens without.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hang on. Let me close that one then. See, I'm a little.
Alvin, stay out of my head. Thank you, sir.
I'm glad you. um, okay. I have to stop sharing that and reshare this one.
Mr. Allen, while you do that, Calvin,
Yeah.
I have a question for you. How long did the owner own this property for?
The current owner,
Yes.
I believe the new group just purchased the property.
Was this, I don't remember, is this the one that was under contract, was not closed yet? Can't remember.
Oh, that was 200 Market when
okay.
we did that one and we were trying to get to closing. That was 200 Market.
Okay.
Oh, wait a second. This is still back to the same one.
No. I think this is the new one now.
No, this is 16 William. This is the one.
That's 28 William up top.
Oh, okay. Yeah, right. Okay, so that's the middle property on the side. And if you go down, it has 3 stories in the front and then 2 stories in the rear. Again, a wood frame building with brick bearing wall.
Can you go back up a little bit? Look at those floor joists. I think
Oh yeah, sure. Okay, sorry.
you discussed a lot of stuff before that we didn't
Okay.
see the pictures. So we need you to kind of go back.
Okay, sure. So if you go inside, if you look closely at these pictures, you can see this. These wood joists were cut previously, and then somebody put a band-aid type of repair job, which is obviously not adequate for standards and doesn't meet probably the floor loading criteria for the floor. So this is a structurally very unstable condition. Then if you go further down, you see this main wood girder here, and it was probably had a end support which was rotted out, and they put a steel column with this bracket there to temporarily shore this girder up because the end was probably completely rotted and there was not proper bearing for this column. Similarly, on the other side, the brick pilaster on this wall had a temporary steel shore added because of the missing adequate bearing all the way. Brick should have gone all the way down, and either that was damaged previously, and they inserted the steel post in there as a temporary shore. Other areas, floor water, signs of water and wood rot, you can see everywhere. Another main girder bearing on a brick pilaster, and here you see the wood is also deteriorated, salt stains you can see there, effloration everywhere. Again, damage to the wood floor. So I'm just showing various water conditions. Some were addressed in a haphazard, but not a proper way. Another is area we have a steel beam for probably an old areaway that was open, but that is also suffering from severe corrosion on the first floor. This is the main on the first floor. There is a big wood truss here, which is not too clear in this picture, but to go across this long span. And the wood trusses also end joints are suffering because of that. So this is the third floor, which is basically just office space. We didn't see much damage over there. But the question is, this building is really in a very precarious situation, and you don't want to really rely, you cannot rely on it to hold anything up. Then I will go to this third one, which is 34 William. And that's the corner property which everyone has been talking about. We had limited access to this building. This is the one with a big poster on the facade, so we couldn't really look at the exterior facade too carefully. But inside, you could see water damage, and water has been coming inside the building for ages. And there's some fire damage for all the charred wood joists you see on the ceiling there. And
This is Commissioner Miller, Mr. Islam. Can you
Yes.
just highlight to us the major concerns that will
Sure. Yeah,
will tell you that it needs to be knocked down?
Okay, so yeah, I'm actually at the end of the existing condition. So essentially, we have really 150-year-old building that have deteriorated considerably. The new project we are proposing is 42-story twin towers. And obviously the existing structure, even if it was in a good condition, would not been able to support anything of that size or weight. And the entire, in order to build a new project, we were really required to build from foundation up everything, new foundation wall, new pile footings, most likely, and very heavy duty work is required to support the 42-story towers. So it's really not possible to reuse the existing building in any shape or form, especially considering that it has been rotting for 150 years, or maybe, I don't know, last 50 years, with water damage continuously eating out on the insides of it. So even if we try to salvage anything, the process of salvaging might end up breaking the stone or whatever facade elements are there. It's just not practically feasible to reuse the existing structure for the new project.
Commissioner Zhang, I just wanted to add for the public record that for the Google Drive of documents submitted before the application, I see on the Google Drive submitted to the commission that the site report for 16 William is on the public drive, but the one for 20 William site and the 34 William site isn't on the Google Drive of public documents before the meeting. So the PDF that we're looking at hasn't yet been posted to the public. Just wanted to add that for the record. That if we do approve the application tonight, the document we're currently looking at should be added to the file.
I would like to, if you wouldn't mind, that we did submit this with the entire packet. We're not sure why it wasn't made available, but it is in possession of the city.
I'd also like to add that Mr. Islam did note during his application that they weren't able to assess the condition of the terracotta corner facade due to the presence of the vinyl banner covering the material. And so it's hard to consider tonight the condition of the corner building when we don't know from the structure, from the engineer's report, the condition of the terracotta, which is the aspect of the building that was mentioned in the landmarks nomination report.
If I may clarify, we couldn't see the exterior of that, but the interior walls, when you go inside the building, you could see that there was water damage all over the exterior walls from the inside. So in normal, if you logically, if you have the interior affected by the water, which then even if the exterior is not visible, we can surmise that it is in a pretty poor shape.
So we've seen photos of the basement level of 34 William Street. Do you have any photos of the part of 34 William Street on the second floor adjacent to the facade part?
I would like to note for the commission, we would not have an issue with preserving portions of the terracotta. There were very specific elements that were noted in the original demolition application around preserving some of the architectural elements. In one of the buildings in particular, I believe, we don't have a problem with that condition and trying to incorporate that if we can save it. You know, as long as the condition is around, you know, it's going to be difficult to save, we realize, but we will make our best efforts to save it and have no problem with that as being a condition of approval for the under the supervision of the city's engineering department.
Would you be able to give, Commissioner Zhang, would you be able to give, clarify which specific parts of the terracotta ornament you're looking at?
I think my architect will be able to show you that. Well, I guess we go through these pictures. If you go back up.
So if you see even on some parts of this exterior wall, you can see the water damage stains already started to happen, but really when you go inside these walls, you see this is inside standing water on the first floor, and all these walls are wet and with water stains all over. It's very easy to surmise that obviously we didn't probe and remove portion of that wall to look at the anchorage of the terracotta at this stage, but it is most likely if the backup that supports the terracotta is in a poor shape, it would be the terracotta is also anchorage and support system has been compromised.
Amr, can you go back up to the photo with the and this is Calvin Souter speaking for the record. Can you go up a little bit more with the outside of the building?
Okay, this one?
Yes. So for the record, I like to note, and we'll go into this a little bit more in detail. And the next, there is this the top molding, you know, that level as the kind of banner on the roof, and then there's this middle level that has a much more intricate detail to it. You will see we don't have a problem with doing our best to preserve both of those as much as we can. But you'll also see in the design of the new building, we have incorporated recreating a portion of this as well.
So this is Commissioner Smith. In design review, we saw that. And
Right.
as a matter of fact, when we walked outside, when we first approached the building with the picture on the outside, that was the most attractive thing that you showed us that you was keeping because it kept with the period and time of the building. And so whatever you, this is my opinion, whatever you can't preserve, if you could replicate, it will add some character to the building and to that area.
Yeah, I think when we get there, you'll see we took some significant effort on that particular piece. But to Commissioner Zhang's point, we think in these buildings, these grouping of buildings, the most historical part are those two elements. And we are going to do our best to preserve those and reuse those if we can. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Thank you, Mr. Sauter. I think the question of the height is a separate thing, and that's okay. But the question I had now is because the approval of the new construction and the demolition of the old are considered separately, would you be able to give at least a high level summary of how the specific salvage terracotta elements will be reused in the new structure. Because
Right.
that,
So the window banding is gonna be very similar on this level of the building. And similar to and obviously the architect will go in this in a more detail and more as a design professional. But there are Amr, can you go in a little bit more?
Okay, sure. Uh, 1 second.
Yeah, you zoomed in these. There we go. So you'll see on the top of the building, there's these little like triangular dentil pieces that are there instead of your typical square dentil pieces. That is replicated throughout the design of the building. On the lower level, the middle band that is much more intricate. In the middle portion, in the windows, that is recreated actually throughout the entire lower portion of the building. So it'd be much more pronounced actually in the new building than it is on the old building. And one of the things that's really hard for you to see now, where it almost looks like cinder blocks going up right now, there is a small almost like carve out like if you line a
Egyptian.
bunch of pins up next to each other, right? Like that kind of carving out. We've also recreated that throughout the casting of the building. So you'll see it, you'll see them lined up side by side in the demolition, I mean in the design application. I think folks will be very pleased with it. It's my understanding because I too was not designed, but it seemed like there was some good feedback in reference to how they went about replicating it. And we've actually done more work in terms of replicating that middle banner that I think you'll be very pleased with when we get to that portion of the application.
thank you. So Commissioner Zhang, the question I had is, when you're talking about the new building, the word replication, is that, having design elements in the new building that follow that image of the triangle, or is replication actually taking the terracotta and reusing that as an ornamental detail on the new facade? So
No, it wouldn't be an ornamental detail on a new facade. So we looked at the old application, and what it required were that we basically preserve what we could and incorporate it somehow into the building, which appears to be that they were going to incorporate it somewhere in the lobby. I'm not sure if the commission remembers, that same tactic was used when we were talking about the building of one of the shack towers. And what that led to was a complete demolition of the building and no preservation, right? So what we've been able to do is recreate these things with modern materials. And we're committing to preserving what we can in this building and incorporating it somehow. We don't believe we'll be able to preserve much of it, but we do believe that we should be maintaining what we can and putting it somewhere in the building. Again, the lobby would be the most ideal place for it, with some sort of a historical perspective to people know what was there before, and what's there now, and being able to show them the modeling of the actual tile that was there.
And if I may add, the durability of this 150-year-old facade for the next 50 years or 100 years is very questionable. We rather use something similar but newer material, more durable material. Otherwise, you don't want something that starts falling apart in a few years.
Thank you, Mr. Islam. Thank you, Mr. Souder. I do remember from the shack tower application that the entire brewery was demolished and that was kind of rebuilt with the same materials, or the terracotta around the entrance of the shack tower was rebuilt in its original location. So I think that that's a good precedent to look to, the shack tower model for this.
Yeah.
As well as buildings like the Paramount and buildings like the Metropolitan, proposed a few years ago by Hanini Group, that put a tower behind a rebuilt facade. So I think just my question,
No, we know it works wonderfully in certain places, right? And then in certain places it doesn't, right? So these buildings are not, from an architectural standpoint, in line with each other when you look at the two buildings side by side, right? So I think you'll be pleased. I think the other commissioners were very pleased with how we went about replicating and preserving this. So you know, I look forward to that. But I also just want to be able, in the demolition application, deal with the reality that this terracotta stone is likely not going to, or much of it is not going likely to survive. But right now we will have small crews going in to demolish this building, which will give us the best chance to be able to preserve large portions and to be able to put them in the lobby, to decorate the lobby with some of this, where it's no longer being asked to, hold on to some weight or to have any type of protective safety for the actual building required of it. But still being able to have that history in the building is what they were trying to accomplish then in the Shack Tower and what we're trying to accomplish now. And I think we've recreated this in a way that, obviously the new building isn't the same footprint as just one of these buildings, whereas the Shack Tower is in the same exact footprint of the old school building. And you kind of have that was preserved in kind of the main entrance. They recreated the main entrance, right? And then that podium level, right, kind of gave you the outline of the old building. And with that, I'd say, I think you're going to be very pleased with what we show you during the design.
This is Commissioner Miller. So, with the demolition right now, the only, for what I got from Miles, the only one that you guys didn't get to see was, it was 34 miles?
I
That it
believe
was just the exterior, correct?
no, 34 William is this one.
Okay, so which one was it that, the commissioners didn't get a chance to go inside?
We didn't go inside of Jay's restaurant.
Yeah,
I mean,
it was this one.
But it's the one on the corner.
Yeah, it was this one.
Okay. All right, we can move ahead, so we can get to the design.
So do we have any more questions from the commissioners? Any concerns? Kevlin, is there anyone from the public here to speak on this project? Is Kevlin still with us?
I don't think they have any raised hand. No, there are
Uh,
no raised hands. Can you stop sharing the screen, please?
Oh,
There are
sure.
no raised hands.
This is Commissioner Zhang. I think it'll be easier to assess this application if the applicant can show us a site plan of specifically how they plan to preserve the specific parts of the corner building, because it's kind of vague without seeing a plan of how the specific elements from 34 William will be reused. So it's harder to vote on the application without knowing what the new that specific aspect of the new application.
So would that be a condition?
That might,
Maybe, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, Miles, to interrupt. Maybe they can just briefly show it, so it will cure some of the questions that some of the commissioners may have in their mind before voting.
yeah, because I think that the applicant did mention the Shack Tower as an excellent example of how they've another applicant adaptively reused elements from the old building. So I think it'll be, I want to see, like, to what degree does this new structure follow the historical precedent of the Paramount Building, the Metropolitan Building, and the Shack Tower. So if the applicant or the architect can give us a summary of that.
But I think I'm just respectfully I'm gonna push back a little bit, Miles, because I don't want to add something onto the record that could be appealed. And the demolition application is supposed to stand on its own, which is why we do it this way. So to take into consideration the design piece of it will actually create an appealable argument. And I'm going to, gently push back on that request there.
But Commissioner Miller, but Calvin, you got to keep in mind as well that while we are reviewing the application to demolish the building, it's not for him to, it's not like he doesn't need to see what you're gonna put there. It's not a question that is unheard of. We've done it in the past. But what I am saying is, I think he makes a good argument from that perspective, because it's not that that's going to be part of an argument for demolition. It's just he wants to see that portion of it in order to see, okay, I see now what you're going to put in there. And I think is a good point.
Yeah,
I don't
I,
think it takes away from the demolition application
I
at
don't
all.
mind. I don't mind showing it to you.
Yeah.
The lawyer in me has an ethical obligation when I see something like that to make a statement, to put it on the record that I don't mind showing it to you. I'm about to show it to you anyway and ask you to vote.
Correct. Because like just
But
now,
I just need to preserve the record. That's all I'm trying to do. That's
I
it.
understand, but
Yeah,
just like we did, like we did to the previous applicant, we asked him, "Can you show us what you're gonna put there?" Right? It was just for the basics of knowing what's gonna go there. I know we're gonna review an application, but sometimes we wanted to see a visual.
Yeah, absolutely. I understand. I just wanted to state that for the record, right?
Can I interject? Because it's getting, I'm a little frustrated here. I want to focus on the demolition part of this matter and then move into the new application, because we're getting, I think we're getting ahead of ourselves trying to show portions of what it's going to look like. We'll get to that. I really want us to focus on the demolition piece of it.
Yeah, I agree.
If we can.
I agree.
This is Commissioner Zhang. I think during the, if I recall from the meeting notes about 2 years ago, during the review of the Metropolitan Building, I think it was during the developer, Mr. Hanini's application, we did see the demolition proposal, and then briefly just a single image of what the ground level of the Metropolitan Building would look like, in which that was an application where they're demolishing the entire building, rebuilding just the facade, and that I think expedited the approval process for the applicant, just to see that specific aspect of the new application.
This is Commissioner Miller. Miles, I do remember the Metropolitan, and it is true. I mean, sometimes, and we had many discussions about this. We are agreeing to knock something down when we haven't even seen what is going to be there. What's going to replace it. So we have in the past had situations where, some of the commissioners are saying, well, should we see how it looks before we actually approve it? So that, I don't know, maybe something that we had to talk about in closed session.
Yeah, because I mean, what would be the purpose of having two applications then?
That's true.
I think that's a valid consideration for the commission, because I think one of my concerns on appeal is that if the demolition part is approved, but not the new construction part is approved, the applicant has the ability to demolish the entire structure without any promises to the commission yet, or any review from the commission yet of how those specific elements will be reused, because knowing which specific elements will be reused in the new application does change conditions on the old application. Like if the new application requires, will reuse more of the facade of the old building, that would mean that the demolition application, one of the conditions of that is knowing which parts of it will be preserved.
But respectfully, but I think in design review, we kind of went over a lot of this in design review. Commissioner Woodruff was there, Glowscroft was there, myself, and Combs Hollis was there. So some of those conversations were already had in design review.
Yeah,
and they should.
If I could, I don't mind showing it, right? I want me to repeat that, right? I just want to also just repeat, right, that it creates an appealable issue, right? Because a demolition application is supposed to stand on its own. And what's being said here is that the demolition application is not going to stand on its own. It's going to rely on the design, which creates an appealable issue. But I don't care. I will show it to you. I just want you guys to know that that is what's happening right now. If that is the purview of the board,
So if that creates an appeal
I will
issue,
do it.
If it creates a appealable issue, we don't want an appealable issue.
Exactly.
We don't, that's not what we want.
And let's
Okay.
not drag this out.
So
I
I can
think
also,
we're spinning our wheels.
I know,
And
it's getting late. It's 9:30
can I make a
And
suggestion?
in good faith,
Want
you
to
know,
move
this is not,
forward? We've already agreed that we will preserve as much of the facade as we can and repurpose it as a condition of the demolition, right? If the commission was so inclined to approve the demolition and require us to use as much as that we can in the new building, I think you still get to the same place. So it's just a thought. I have to put in
So,
on the record.
so Calvin, I'm gonna go back to what you said before, that you wasn't that smart to be an engineer, but you just said something very smart.
yeah. And that's why I said,
Thank you.
Let's approve it with a condition and move on to the next part of the design.
Yeah, let's move forward.
Yeah. Because time is of the essence.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Okay, so if we don't have any more concerns or questions, can I get a motion to?
You forgot to go to the public, and.
Oh, the public, I forgot about the public. It got late.
Like that before.
Is anyone here from the public that would like to speak?
You're all asleep.
There are no raised hand.
Okay, good. I get up at 4:30 in the morning, so I'm almost asleep. So anyway, if that's the case, can I get a motion to move to the demolition of this building or project?
sorry, this is Commissioner Zhang. I just had one last question.
Okay.
The commission approves the demolition, but then denies the new construction. Does that mean the applicant can still demolish the structure?
Generally, yes.
It's Commissioner Miller. Well, not if we don't put, a condition that a design has to be approved.
Yeah, and so I think if we put the condition on, we can move on to the design, and it seems like they're amenable to work with us within the design frame of this historical district.
Thank you. I think that would, if that's one of the conditions of the approval, that I think addresses Mr. Souter's concerns of the appeal, that the condition of the demolition, that the condition to approve the demolition is that it is only valid if the commission approves the new construction. If that makes sense.
I think you create another, because again,
That's another issue.
But I think we should keep in mind from a practical standpoint that the city's engineering department, I highly doubt would allow somebody to tear a building down and put a hole in the ground on that corner with there being no plan to build another building that has to be approved by this board, right? Like, no way can you build something there without coming to this board. And if anything is torn down there, the engineering department is going to want to know that the reconstruction of whatever is happening there is going to happen almost immediately, because it's going to create a safety issue. This was something that we talked about, if you all remember 200 Market, right? Because right on Market Street, you'd have a pit. And you can't have a pit there, which is why, from a timing perspective, the demolition and the pouring of the foundation happen almost simultaneously. As soon as the one is done, the other is there, so no one is missing from the site. So I think we're trying to be overprotective of this particular vote on something that would be extremely impractical, unsafe, and so many other things for everybody involved, that it is extremely unlikely to happen. I highly doubt that the city's engineering department would even come close.
Now, Calvin, you know, things happen in Newark. So let's not put it there like that, but things can happen. But I understand what Miles is saying and what he's trying to be careful with him. You know, I understand all of that. So if we can please move forward with that, and somehow, you know, perhaps we can put this design application, whatever, to be approved with the situation. Maybe that will kind of set, just put application pending.
So Commissioner Miller, would you make the motion?
Sure. This is Commissioner Miller. Oh, what the application is it H 24-127? Am I correct?
It's H24-127, 1634 William Street.
Okay. This is Commissioner Miller. I move to approve the demolition for 1634 William Street, H 24-127, with the following conditions, right? The previous condition that were mentioned in the previous application that was approved previously, that will highlight it in this conversation. That it's already memorialized. And did anybody have anything else? Oh, that is subject to the design. That was the only thing we talked about, right?
So technically, everything has been basically accounted for by the drawings presented.
Correct.
I think if you put a contingent on the design, that's the appealable issue.
I'm not sure that we've done that before.
No,
Yeah.
we haven't done it like that before.
I don't
All right,
think
I'm gonna
so.
move forward.
it's
I'm gonna
appropriate to do that though, Nakari. I think that this has to be, what we're doing is we're voting on just demolishing this building.
okay.
It's not appropriate in the city, it's not worth saving, and it's not historic. I mean,
Okay, so I'll take that off the record. We're just gonna go as before. We're gonna have to look into that situation that Mara's talking about, but okay, so we'll go forward with just whatever previous conditions we had on the application as it was highlighted in the discussion. Those are the conditions that are carried over into this one.
Maybe the condition is that we save as much of the exterior of the
terracotta
restaurant and so forth as can be done, and
yes,
on the inside of the building or whatever. And I'll second that motion.
I think that's
Thank you, Mr. Ross.
Okay.
I think that frames the motion in a broad enough sense that it can't
Okay,
be.
we have a motion already on the table, so we have to continue.
Okay.
Motion
come on.
made by Commissioner Miller, seconded by Commissioner Grosclaus. Commissioner Woodridge.
Oh, I was gonna ask you. I had so many thoughts in my head just then.
No, Mr. Stewart, this you're already on the vote.
Yes.
Commissioner Forsyth,
Yes.
Commissioner Caldwell Epps,
Yes,
Commissioner O'Toole,
Yes.
Commissioner Zhang,
Abstain.
Commissioner Combs Hollis,
I vote yes.
Commissioner Grosclaus,
Yes.
Commissioner Miller,
yes.
Chair Smith.
Yes.
Motion carry, 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Anthony, this is Commissioner Miller. Anthony, is this the last application?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Somebody had
Okay.
their hand raised, so I don't know, that person had their hand raised, I don't know. Let me see. This person let me see who's this person here. Let me see who's Mutlu. I don't know who's that.
Yeah, Murat Mutlu,
Yeah.
he's our
Either you,
architect.
Calvin?
Yes.
I think maybe you may have a question or something.
No, he's the architect.
Okay, okay.
Oh,
Okay, so we're gonna do the new construction now. This is the last
he's ready.
application.
He's ready.
Yeah, I thought the application
Okay,
was-
so the next order of business is 1634 William Street, H 24-128.
Hello?
Applicant is proposing to construct a new mixed-use residential building with 712 units and 256 parking spaces.
All right. So
Is everybody here? You ready to
now
present?
we have who we need. What I will turn this over to Murat because I know y'all tired of hearing my voice and everybody's ready to get out of here. We have the project description. I would just note that Murat has designed several buildings, a few of which have had to come to this board, a few which have not. I would argue that with the exception of very few buildings, Murat has become the architect who is reshaping the skyline here in Newark, New Jersey. And I'm grateful for his talents being here, and look forward to him showing off what he's come up with here, which is similar but different from a lot of the other buildings that you've seen him do. So Murat, once again, thank you. Looking forward to your presentation here.
Thank you, Kevin. It was flattering. Good evening. So this is Murat Mutlu from Architecture. We had the blessing to, it's an opportunity to design these two towers at this location. I'm going to share screen. Is my screen up?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. So the project on William Street is, we're calling the Noah Towers. It is, first, I want to, as Calvin has mentioned, these are some of the projects we have designed and some are under construction. That's 50 Sussex Avenue by NJIT, and then the Halo Towers, which has Tower 1 being under construction. And only on this slide, only this tower has been presented to this board in the past, and that was approved sometime last year. So that was approved to be 41 stories and close to 500 units. So the site that we have now currently, it's almost a peninsula. It has sort of three exposures to public right-of-ways, which gave us more opportunity with the window spacing and making the frontages visible and apparent, unlike our other projects that we presented in front of this board. So we are in the living downtown zoning district, which has unlimited height, unlimited density, but we're also in the Four Corners historic district. The city code does allow for a developer to develop based on the zoning rights, despite what the historic district may require. But we are proposing a sort of a tower that's within the scale of other towers in the same Four Corners district. This is the Four Corners historic map. The site highlighted here is sort of towards middle of that tail of the sort of the T section map. So we looked at, I want to just briefly show you what is there in the historic district. So we do have high-rise buildings. Some are older, some are contextual and sort of key towers. And there's some buildings that are also tall, but not sort of key historical buildings. So it's a historic district that is common with sort of commercial buildings and sort of high structures. And then we looked at sort of elements of sort of historical or contextual typologies. So that included sort of arch windows and sort of taller storefronts. And then we noticed some ornamental detailing. This is sort of just presenting a general sort of observation of what is there on the site in the historic district. And then there are sort of various scale and typologies in the historic district, and then buildings with glass and metal also that is so commonly available in the district. And then the towers have sort of distinct crowns, which was inspiring. So we took a note of that. And then, so based on that, we also presented this tower last year to this board with sort of a very contextual ground level, a podium, and then this contextual podium geometry sort of extended with these vertical elements all the way to the crown of the tower. So as a design strategy, it was sort of the base, the top, and then in between was sort of a contemporary building that sort of sandwiched with these sort of contextual elements. But with this project, we sort of wanted to make this sort of contextual relationship more homogeneous on the entire facade, which will be more apparent in the following slides.
This is Commissioner Miller. What is the difference between what you presented before and you're presenting now?
You'll see. So that's I'm getting into. So I've been giving an overview of what is there in the historic district. So, and then I'm going to talk about what is there on site, and then we'll go into what is proposed. Okay, so the buildings are sort of highlighted, 3 buildings, the corner building being sort of covered with the banners, with the renderings of the Vibe Street, with no sort of preservation of the what is there now. So I think the preservation was within the existing buildings, that was within the proposed design that was approved. So the historic sort of registry talks about sort of the canted corner of the existing building, the fluted pilasters, the sort of ornamental detailing, and sort of this sort of coping detail with sort of triangulation. So it does talk about that, and we took all these elements into the design consideration. And then we also looked at the city code. There are 13 elements of sort of compliance paths that we need to work with in order for a new construction to be approved in a historic district. So I'll go over these items one by one. So the first item is the site and setting. So we're just encouraged or required to sort of respect the setting and what is sort of provided in that historical site. So we, as sort of discussed in the previous application, the facade of that corner building, 34 William Street, has these sort of interesting elements that are worth sort of getting inspired. So there is this fluted pilasters at this vertical column base, and then this ornamental bay of sort of detailing at the horizontal bands that is existing. So we took these organic pattern, that shows like this 2D geometry of what we have sort of traced over and replicated, and we took this pattern and sort of used it to sort of in a similar fashion in that horizontal banding of that podium facade with this ornamental detailing. So we are recreating. What is there on the site. In terms of saving, that is what Kellen mentioned. So whatever could be saved, we can sort of preserve and showcase in the building lobby, which we don't know the extent of how much we can save. I think there was an example about the Washington Street project. That project was intended to be completely saved, but the reality was that building collapsed when they were planning to save it. Same thing with the Shack Tower 1, that Science High School building was supposed to be saved, but it could not be saved. It was demolished. And then sort of the triangle elements that we see in the crown of the building, we are using this pattern and applying it onto multiple levels of the project.
I love it. You say
From
learn a lot.
podium level to
You
all
did
the
a
way
lot
to
or you learned a
the
lot?
tower. And then we are required to sort of respect and address the height and the scale of buildings in the historic district. So we are showing this slide that shows how we're aligning with the existing context. So that's the 744 Broad Street. We had its roof height measured by our surveyor, and so that's the NAVD elevation of that building, and this is the proposed elevation of our project. And you can see the summit tower in relation to this. So basically, we're creating this new elevation of roof line with these sort of 3 towers being proposed, 2 currently proposed, and then 1 previously approved. So there's a requirement for openings and frontal facades, and then we sort of took these elements from other sort of high-rise projects in the context, and we're using them as an inspiration in this specific site as well. And then we're also respecting sort of the existing bay sizes and proportions and sort of replicating that and recreating the proportions in the podium. We are respecting the sort of smaller scale context by setting back the towers from the podium face. So basically, we're creating this sort of different levels in the perspective where the podium has its own character and the towers are set back. Gives a sort of a relief of space from sort of a tall scale from a smaller scale to tall scale. And then in relation to major exterior building materials, as mentioned earlier, there is sort of heavy use of glass and metal, which what this project is also utilizing. There is sort of plenty use of precast panels, precast limestone, precast stones in the historic district, and that is sort of a method of construction that we're using. We're using precast GFRT panels, which is sort of a newer technology in the casting industry, where there's less rebars or less material thickness, and the finished product is much more durable and doesn't decay as much as these sort of the older cast materials would do. And then there's ornamental metal detailing on our site. There's ornamental sort of the precast detailing, but there's other sites with ornamental metal detailing, which we're also utilizing. So the roof forms also need to reflect what is in the context. So we are sort of looked at these other references in the district, and we're proposing this sort of tapered and sort of pointy roof lines similar to these other contexts. We are hiding all our roof elements. The bulkheads are not visible. The roof equipment is not visible. The BMU, the sort of the crane that's on the roof that cleans the facade, is not visible. So those are all the requirements as listed in the city code for sort of roof structures in historic buildings. The signage for the project will be in compliance with the city requirements. And in terms of site planning, we are respecting the street wall alignments on William Street as well as on Halsey Street. And just to visualize sort of how these elements are built with sort of contemporary materials, glass and metal in an articulated sort of curtain wall, precast GFRC construction, where you can do organic geometries, and then ornamental metal detailing. And just another view of the skyline on sort of different directions. Again, we are sort of creating this new skyline, like top level, where we have multiple buildings being aligned. So based on all this, all that data, all that observation, and the detailing inspiration, we created this tower development with 2 buildings and a podium, and keeping in mind all the historical elements on site and in the district. A rendering showing our proposed 2 towers with the summit tower and the sort of other historical towers in the context. And then this is actually Halo project that's currently under construction that is also in perspective in this view. And then street view showing the podium, and you can see how the sort of podium that sort of inspiration that we discussed, all these elements being sort of homogeneously expanded across the tower facade. And these are some of the drawings that was already submitted to the board for review. And if you're interested what goes in the building, this diagram explains so the retail, the amenity levels, the parking in the podium, and then the tower sort of residential spaces scattered on the tower with some amenity spaces on the middle level, and then mechanicals on the roof level. You can see how the mechanicals being concealed with the tall parapet walls. And then some floor plans. I want to, unless you have questions about what is inside, I'll just quickly go over these slides, sort of a glimpse of amenities and our sustainability and environmentally sort of conscious design strategy that is also being proposed in the project. So that is the end of my presentation. If I'm sure there'll be some questions, so I'll be happy to address and answer.
Thank you, Mr. Mutla. I think I just, before I go to my questions, I think I'd like to commend you with the professionalism you've assembled the application.
Thank you.
I had one question. My first question is, for the reconstructed elements on the second floor that reconstruct the terracotta from the old building to the new building, what is that metal material? Is it aluminum? Is it bronze? Is it steel? What is that material?
It'll be powder coated aluminum sheets.
powder-coated aluminum sheets.
Correct.
The reason I ask is earlier in the slide, you showed a lot of design precedents from the neighborhood, from the Art Deco buildings. Most of the design precedents, particularly like the, I think, 744 Broad or the 1180 building, the material for that kind of grill, the Art Deco, is bronze or copper instead of powder-coated aluminum. So
I mean, that's what we presented. That's actually the design that we have for this project. That project will have the bronze scheme, but here we sort of in the sort of a grayish and black, sort of a darker color scheme. I think we believe that fits better, and it creates a richness in the context also. That it's aluminum is a sort of a very contemporary material that could be painted with any color we want. But
I ask in this, I know there is a slight price point difference between aluminum and bronze. The reason I ask is that the most significant feature of the existing landmark building at this location are the terracotta details there. And currently the powder coated aluminum is a darker kind of material, whereas a bronze or a copper is a brighter color material that is more visible from the street. I also think of buildings like the Seagram building, which is a really historic building, kind of a mid-century modernist building out of bronze material. I'm thinking that aluminum is a kind of a softer material that has a shorter lifespan, whereas something like bronze or copper, even if it's more expensive as the upfront cost, is a real signature statement. So I am curious if the applicant is open to changing the material to a brighter colored painted of the aluminum or to a higher quality bronze that is a real piece of signature art.
I mean, for this project, we wanted to create sort of a reference and precedent for sort of contextual towers where a contemporary tower can live in a historic district. So the mullions and the sort of the caulking and the curtain wall is going to have black details. It's never going to have sort of bronze details. So we're trying to create a homogeneous aesthetic from podium to tower. And we believe, my professional opinion, it would create a homogeneous and a better looking project if the podium and the tower detailing has similar or same tone. That was intentionally, selected to be in a darker tone to relate to the sort of the silicones of the curtain. So if you do sort of a bright, any color, like a different color than that, and then use the silicone, which is going to be black, there's going to be a mismatch. But the overall scheme in this, as I mentioned from the beginning, is really try to create a homogeneous tower and podium that relates as sort of as a living organism together. I personally don't want to see here a podium that does not relate to the tower. So that was intentional. It'll be my position, but I respect, the opinion of the board.
Thank you, Mr. Mutlu. The reason I ask is that the Seagram building is bronze for the entire building. This building can't be entirely bronze. I know that's very expensive. But the Seagram building is a varnished bronze. That's a dark, that is varnished, therefore it is black. It is a very dark color. The reason I ask is that it seems a really important element of this building is those mullion details. And the strength of aluminum, or the lifespan of aluminum, is much, much shorter than copper or bronze. And I think back to the Walker House, where I know some of the commissioners live, or the 1180 building. And the reason that those those details on the building have been able to last so long is because they're in a hard metal as opposed to a soft metal. The reason I ask is just, my concern is that if 40 or 50 years from now, when the building is renovated, that I'm afraid that those aluminum details are removed or have a shorter lifespan. And I would encourage as strong and as durable material as possible for those specific design elements, because one of the reasons the demolition was approved was conditional on really preserving key features of the original building. So I think it's
Can I make a compromising, right? We can look at a different material, but given the design aspect of it, right? It could be copper that is powder coated. I think the real thing here is the color scheme that is there and the color scheme that's supposed to match. And I would also just like to note for the board's thought process, right, that we are the 13 elements that we are required to look at when designing a building in a historic district requires us to be similar. And it specifically states to not make it the same. So we're pulling an aspect here. We're replicating something to a certain degree, utilizing it somewhat differently. And I think we've done it in a creative way. So I think copper changes the building. I think you'd start running into a scenario, but again, it is the board's purview on the design, but we like to, one, if that's the board's purview and that's how it comes out, it is what it is. But at the same time, our design here, we think is the best design, and changing that one particular aspect on this building, as Murat has stated, we don't believe that is going to be in the best interest of the design aspect of this particular building.
Are there any more commissioners that have any more questions or statement of reference to what has been presented?
I just question the number of parking spaces. We're already in a very high density area, and you're talking about a good number of apartments. I think I heard 241 parking spaces or something like that. Parking is already difficult down here. I live downtown, and it's getting increasingly more difficult with each new building that goes up. So I just question if that number of spaces is in any way adequate.
Right now, we're at 256.
We actually.
Oh, it's 250. Well, it's not too much better.
Commissioner, we actually updated our planning board application and have 300 parking spaces as of now. Like in the historical board application, we have less number of spaces, but we were able to add more spots.
So you added more.
Submitted. So we have currently 300 spaces. It is by far, percentage-wise, we have more cars in this project than this building, that building, and I believe more than the Paramount building that was approved by this board recently.
I live in the two theater square, and the 245 spaces here are nowhere near adequate. Nowhere near it. Just making the comment.
Yeah, I think it's
questioning your thinking behind that.
Yeah, I think it's important to note the difference of the locations and what's happening there. With the added density of, one theater square, that area kind of being the entertainment district of the city and what is there. But we do have, we're not prepared to do it tonight, but there is, in doing the parking study for this, we've noted all the parking lots that are immediately adjacent to it. So there are several surface parking lots that are immediate to this on top of the amount of parking spaces, given the requirement for parking and what's there, where it's significantly over, just so you are aware of that.
I don't know if you have taken into consideration or not, but some of your predecessors who have done planning have not. And that is the time that these parking lots close. So if they're going to close at 6 o'clock or 8 o'clock, it means, and you can't get in them again until 6 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
There's a problem. So I just ask you to take that into consideration when you're doing your studies.
No, we actually have. And when we go through that with the planning board, we actually list which ones close when and which ones would be viable for tenants in the event that they have multiple cars or something of that sort. So we've kind of color coded the city down in this area to address that particular issue. We also have looked at the counts of cars coming in and out, how many, how long it's going to take cars to be able to get out of here so that there's like no queuing. You have a school that is less than a block away. So our traffic counts have taken all of those things into consideration, knowing that the early morning time when that charter school is there is probably the most dense. We also have taken into account that there's some very narrow streets that surround this, right? So if you got Halsey Street, then you have some other streets that haven't really been utilized as main roads downtown. So we've taken all of that into account, and also what you have a little bit further away because you're a little bit closer to the transfer station, the electricity transfer station that PSE&G built. And you also have some massive lots that are privately owned that we've been in contacts with the owner. Because behind Hallmark House, I don't know if you remember, that lot was slated to go away for a new building. It's our understanding in speaking to them that is not happening now, and they are availing us to those parking spaces. That is a 24/7 lot that is about a block away.
I'm okay with everything you're saying. I wanted to bring up the point, just one extra point, which you don't even have to comment on, is that I worry about the parking aesthetics as well.
Okay.
You know, the flat lots, that whole thing. And I'm sure that something creative, all your brilliant minds can think of a way that we can resolve this issue so that Newark no longer has the nickname as Parking Lot City as well.
I'll put a podium there.
I also I also lived on James Street for 42 years. So I've lived downtown for almost 50 years here. And so I'm coming from that experience.
Commissioner Miller. I'm sorry, Miles, go ahead.
Commissioner Zhang, Mr. Mutlu, could you show us the floor plan of the ground floor again? I had one question. Okay, so
Right here. So basically, this is William Street. That's housing, and we have the residential lobby at the corner and the commercial space on the other corner.
So the question I had is, so this isn't a parking garage with ramps. This is a valet garage with there's like an internal elevator.
Correct. So the users will come in. We have these stacking spaces, about 12. This is all engineered, and sort of the waiting period has been calculated by our traffic engineers.
Yeah.
There are 12 parking spaces here that if there are 12 people that come in at the same time, there'll be enough space to hold them. The valet will take the cars and put them on the lifts and bring them up to the 2 parking levels above and then 1 parking level below underground.
I just want to say, as a commissioner, that the parking is not really in our purview. It's really the planning board. We're here for the design. And I think that the statements we made, they're valuable statements, but it's not what we're here to vote on.
I'm not going to make thank you for clarifying, Commissioner Smith. The reason I'm asking is not about the interior arrangement at the parking garage, but so there will be an entrance to the parking garage from Halsey Street.
Correct, yes, and it's permitted per zone.
So the reason I'm concerned about that is that one of the aesthetics of walking along Halsey Street is that you have uninterrupted street fronts. So I'm curious, what would it look like to have all the parking entrance on Chapel Court? Because one of the historic features of Halsey Street is the commercial and residential storefront instead of the parking.
I mean, just to give you an example.
Can I wait, hold on 1 second, Marat.
Yeah.
I just want to be clear on something because there are other parking garages, there's parking lots on Halsey Street. So I want the record to reflect that, right? That from as far down as Central Avenue in Halsey, going all the way down to where these buildings are, which is really only about a block and a half left on Halsey, that there are several parking lots, there are several driveways, there are garages and the like, and that the statement that the makeup of Halsey Street is unbroken is not accurate. So there's plenty of them. And there's also right down the street from this building on Halsey Street, a massive street parking lot that the schools use every day, all day, and that the city actually uses because it's right behind the storefronts on Broad Street, right? So that lot that is behind there, right? You have Greater Oaks, not, I don't think it's Greater Oaks, whatever the charter school that's in Teachers Village, the charter school that is directly across the street from City Hall, they all park behind the buildings off of Halsey Street, where they come onto and out of Halsey Street without there being any store frontage, apartment buildings, or anything of the like.
So this is-
Commissioner Miller. I just want to say this. I know we're wasting a lot of time in this parking situation, but I just want to say this to you, Calvin. We have approved a lot of projects, and we have approved a lot of apartments that are going to be on all these projects are going to be in downtown, and there's nowhere in the world there's enough parking for everybody. So on that note, let's just move on so we can finalize this voting.
So are there any more questions from the commissioners as relates to the design of this project? Questions? How about, is anyone in the public that wants to speak about this project? Kevlin?
Let me see. Don't see any raised hands. Can you
Okay.
stop sharing the screen, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
So can we get a motion to move the design of this project by one of our commissioners?
So moved.
Can we get a second?
I would like to add the condition that the grill work for the second floor be powder coated copper instead of powder coated aluminum. I would like to.
Just a point of order, there is a motion on the floor. So you can't add a condition after a motion has actually been put on the floor.
So we have a motion made by Commissioner F,
Commissioner
second
F,
by
second.
Grosskreutz.
Grosskreutz. Motion made by Commissioner Epps, seconded by Commissioner Grosskreutz. Commissioner Woodridge.
I'm sorry, Kevlin. I'm a little confused. So the condition that Miles requested originally, was that added to it or was it?
No, because we was already in the voting already before he talk about the conditions.
Because I just had the two concerns that I wanted to add for discussion, and the other commissioners can return that if they disagree. I wanted to make a motion. Well, I wanted to clarify from the applicant what are the elements of the terracotta? How will they appear in the new lobby?
So can hold on before we go into that, because there's a motion and a second on the floor. So unless we abort that, we can't go into a discussion further about conditions. So we can abort the motion and the second, reopen and add conditions, but Ms. Caldwell asks if she wants to abort the motion. Otherwise, we have to take the vote.
I'm not agreeing to abort the motion.
I'll second.
Richard, are you still seconding?
I'll give back the second up.
Okay. Motion made by Commissioner Caldwell Epps, seconded by Commissioner Grosskreutz. Commissioner Woodridge. Commissioner Woodridge. Commissioner Miller.
Yes.
Commissioner Forsyth.
Yes.
Commissioner O'Toole.
Yes.
Commissioner Zhang.
Abstain.
Is Commissioner Woodridge there?
I think he may have dropped off.
He's on mute.
He's on mute.
Yeah.
I can't see him.
Commissioner Combs Hollis.
I vote yes.
No, I thought that was me.
Ms. Hollis, what did, I didn't get your vote. Did you say yes?
She said yes.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Woodridge?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Grosskreutz?
Yes.
Commissioner Caldwell Epps?
Yes.
Chair Smith?
Yes.
Motion carry eight in favor, one abstention.
Thank you all for your time. I greatly appreciate it. I know my client does, and I look forward to seeing you again, but I greatly appreciate your time tonight and your consideration.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
I do encourage the applicant to preserve as much of the terracotta as possible. So it can't be a condition, but
Mrs. Smith, can we take a quick executive session? I know that the hour is spent,
Sure.
but it may be helpful for me if we just take 5 minutes just to go over some housekeeping matters.
Absolutely.
Right, okay, let me
Stop the recording.
stop the recording.
Recording in progress.
Well, it's in progress.
Recording stopped.